through this really tense discussion between, like I kept saying that I saw performance as the same as like ritual or ceremony, that it's healing things, and got kind of tense with there was me and a Canadian woman that both kind of agreed on this, and I love her, and realized the other four were Navajo and Pueblo women. And it was until much later that I was like, oh wait, they're more traditional. Like there's a capital C ceremony. Certain people are allowed to do this ceremony.
Yeah.
And it's in the north where, and I kind of equated it with like the artwork, you know, being smaller and more portable in the north. I mean, everything has to be on you, so we don't have a lot of material culture. Like always tease the Tlingit friend. I'm like, we don't have time to sit around and carve totems like you guys. And we're just busy surviving, you know? And, you know, but that, because I thought of this one because I was like moose-hunting my uncle and my dad. And the first thing you do is cut the hen off and you turn it upside down and point it towards home. Well, neither of them had a compass. Out there arguing with like, no, the village is that way. No, it's this way. And I'm sitting there watching them going like, no one's gonna know. And I was like, I think it's the intent, guys. Like, can't we just agree? You know.
It's really spirit of the animal, no?
Yeah, that you were sending it home and honoring it. I remember like just watching them, like laughing, but at the same time, like, oh, I kind of like this idea of, you know, I don't know, nutrition sort of things.
Yeah.
And that like you don't have ceremony for global warming, you don't have a ceremony for pollution, you know. So like any problems, we need rituals and these ceremonies. And so I make those if I don't think them.
Yeah. I've never considered a ceremony for global warming. Well,
I think there's some mistakes in this typing, but I still will read it. So this is Ryan Redcorn's poem. Do you know Ryan Redcorn?
I don't.
I was told by the old ones that every song had a special time and a place when it sang song, and this is our time. They used to say the only is a dead Indian, and I must be no good at being Indian, because I feel alive and kicking. We are the bastard reject children of manifest destiny, the offspring of fornicating aimsters, raised by our grandparents who told us not to confuse me with gangsters. The Edward Curtis groupies get jazzed by anyone fitting the bill, and America gets jazzed by every bearing heart at Walmart film. Here I stand before you, this crowd of nations, this life of sanctions, and awkward patience, like 500 BIA buildings versus a father's unfiltered hate, right next to the IHS building with 2.5 week wait. A cinder block battlefield where few are left standing and people it's failing, it's marginalized estate. I am armed to the teeth with words from the ivory tower, and those good Indians told me that it's borrowed power if I talk loud enough, if I talk clear enough, that I would be heard. That for some, talking and singing, that for some, singing is praying. But I guess that depends on who is doing the talking, and I guess that depends on who's doing the listening. So understand me in English. You have been robbed of your tongue. The taproot of thought is the middle of resisting, and language got caught, and she only shows her face during ceremony like she's ashamed of her scars, like what she has to say is never really heard at all. And the violence she knows is enough to never sing again. But I killed the cameraman and I stripped him of his lens. I photographed the body and asked him to forgive. Forgive me as I cut out your tongue. Forgive me as I put you in this powdered wig. Forgive me when I put your body in a museum. Forgive me for all my sins. for not being a good Indian. The balls of your forefathers will be traded for whiskey, to fuel the Molotov cocktails to be tossed at your cities. And the breasts of your mothers, severed and bloody, will be sold to the freak show, to the revelers' money, and your children will witness their whole world collapse, as kidnapped siblings must erase names off maps. So forgive me all of my sins for not being a good Indian. I was taught better than that. I have more respect than that. There is no history book with my story. There is no newspaper to give me my glory, because no one has heard the language in years, except Kokopelli, dream catchers, and their trail of beers. My voice is a smallpox blanket that spreads like fire on this prairie, infecting both fist and hatchet in the spirit of fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch this YouTube video. Thank you, Grandma, for
No. You said that one makes you cry?
this is the other one. That one.
That one could make me cry.
Yeah. It's, come on. You got it. Anchors open.
Do you do any poetry? Do you do any poetry?
Me? Yeah, this other one I was married. I don't know if you've already heard it or not, I can't remember. Means to an end. I have been stumbling knee-high through desert. I have found a way to dry out the breeze around me. I have learned to drive away the driven tears of rain and ignore the landscape screaming. I have kept the glow of sunset and roar of thunder at safe distances, just at the edge of my fingertips. I have watched the edges of my heart dry like yellowing maple leaves, and now it is crumbling. It is on the ground, and the words are slipping off in unrequited prayers, and I have turned a deaf ear. At night, I hear those prayers in urgent whispers, and I wake at 4 a.m. with nightmares of you, and the rain echoes on my window, relentless like my memory. It is still so clear. I remember your body wrapped around me, tea-colored, as we watched an indigo sky swallow stars. The Sandia Mountains hugged the Santa Fe moon, and we watched her changing dance. It is still so clear. I hope that you were following my trail through the sand, that you were picking up the leaves and pressing them to your mouth and whispering my name and telling me that distance is nothing, that deserts can be flooded, we just need to wait. Sunrise rolls over the mountains and touches my parched lips. I have been mumbling all night. Didn't you know that I had left a trail of leaves for you? I had written poems on the backs of them and I had drawn songs in the sand. I had tied ribbons to the yucca leaves. Didn't you find them? My lips mumbling, my dry swollen tongue. It has been dry for years. My heart sewn shut, my eyes always set forward, my feet never weary, they just kept moving, they just kept walking, believing in proverbs, believing that distance was forgetting, that goodbye was an answer. But now I am here, in this desert, in this tundra, and I am stumbling. I have lost my heart, my drive, my feet are aching, and I am stumbling. I am half crazy with dreams of you, I don't know what I was expecting. I thought I saw 2 tumbleweeds blowing. I thought it was just a breeze, I didn't expect a storm. I thought I could hold it back, that I was strong enough. I thought my arms could span the width of the sky, but they were brittle as twigs. I held up my hands, but the rain kept pouring through them, through my fingers, it was relentless. I kicked and fought and ran, and now I'm here on my knees, and I am whispering, I am shaking, I am praying, but I'm still here. I'm on my knees, and I am stumbling, I am stumbling, I am stumbling. The rain washed away the trail, and I can't go back. My footprints are gone. I am silently turning into myself, and I'm moving away from the cold. I am turning from the wind, folding myself inwards and burning into ash. It is still so clear. As we laid there picking needles from our hands, I was crying, and you didn't hear me. The cactus that bit us was the first stanza in a song, the owl sang the chorus. You woke me to hear the owl crying, and we lay there terrified, anticipating death. I covered my head and mumbled to myself, but the owl, the cacti, the desert, the wind, it was them. They were writing words on my back. The stanzas were repeating. The owl had come to sing. And there was a death that day. The owl had come to sing it. I did not know. You tried to tell me, and I walked away thinking you were behind me. I thought you were braiding the grass in my hair. I thought I had gotten the needles out of my hands, so I kept walking. I should have listened to the owl. She was singing my song. It was written on my back in deep purple scars. It was my story, and I am struggling to read it. I can hear the music. I can't remember the words. I can't remember how to walk, and I am knee-deep in a desert, and the sun is touching the sandias. I need to remember how. The memories are so clear. In the distance, I can hear the real ground. I know she is singing my song as well. There is poetry in the riverbed and on the silverbacks of fish, so I keep on. The rain is still falling, and I know it is in the crack of thunder. It is in the smell of ozone, so I keep on. I woke up thirsty, and the rain is full of salt. I woke up crying, and you were not there. You never were. I woke up with dreams. I never had illusions. I had visions of a desert, of the tundra, of the city, of the ocean, and they were all dead. The leaves had all turned yellow, and they were crunching under my feet. They were dying, and the words had slipped off them, and I had turned a deaf ear. And now it is all too much, and I can hear everything. The owls are screaming for me. I am whispering. I am on my knees. I am stumbling. I am here. I am on my knees. I am stumbling. I am singing my song.
Talk about experimental storytelling. Instead of like, I've had kind of a, I don't want to call it a strange relationship, but I have a newfound appreciation for poetry within like the last couple of months, and that made me think about how storytelling, we're normal Western framework for storytelling is the introduction, the rising action, the climax, and the fall, and the resolution. And poetry is like there's no continuous line, and like we're bouncing around to try and paint a picture from different sections of different experiences. Does that make sense?
I thought I was terrible. I learned and John Davis talked me into being a poetry major.
Yeah.
And it's like, are you a creative writing major? I was like, no. It's like, you should be. I was like, no. And it's like, you're right.
That was really good.
Thank you. Some shit. Things like even with friends, like reading things out, it terrifies me. And I had actually when I was a student, used to live with Sherman Mitsui, poet. I don't know. Michael. And so I know that that influence. I don't think I'd really been around poetry until I was a student at IA, and so I'm like immersed in so much of it. And I don't write more to that. You write.
Am I right?
You write.
Oh,
You read
you're
it.
right.
What? This?
Do you write any poetry?
Yeah, but mostly to myself. But
Yeah.
I read more than I write poetry. But yeah, I'm a fan.
I remember liking this idea of the using the page in the same way, but like being able to use the whole page in the same way canvas.
Mm-hmm.
And I hadn't thought about it like that. I really liked it. From this other writing. So, do you write? Have you written?
No. I really haven't really written much since I last took an English class. But it was with Annie McDonald, and she was trying to talk me into joining great writing.
Yeah.
I still think about it. I still think that someday I might go back to IA. Yeah, Annie McDonald.
And
Annie McDonald.
Maybe? No.
It's
Still
teacher,
learning
yeah.
everyone's names there.
Very short hair.
Yeah.
She's always wearing a, I don't know if it's Patagonia, but like a
Vest.
vest.
Yeah.
Kind of a poofy vest. I don't know.
I don't know. Please get me some. Something. Your turn.
This is kind of set up a little weird. Let's see.
Oh, his thing,
Yeah.
yeah, this is on notes for.
Like it looks like a transcription of his notebook. I rehearse each work until I feel I know the monologue and actions so that the timing element falls into place. I learned this from Guillermo Gomez Pena while we were rehearsing one of our collaborations. He noted that I was holding back during our rehearsals. He pointed out to me that if I worked with full force, I would know the piece so well that I would feel free to improvise during performance. I took his advice as I found it true, and now rehearse each work until I fully know it. Do you?
Why rehearse?
Yeah.
It's fine, like,
I never thought about performance art as rehearsing.
yeah, no, I'm thinking like, planning, like leading up to the artifact pieces of the, just like big, big one. Everything else was just kind of like
Yeah.
during art school or something. But, and so for months, like planning just like an outfit and trying to plan the box, because I had a team that helped build the box, all the little details. But even with all of that, still never know how it's going to go until, like writing the tags, because I was actually at SAR during the planning of this, and so it was like, there one artist and like 10 anthropologists up there at any point. So I'm like, does this sound anthro? Something anthrotalk?
Is this something you would write?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I got better at like writing like the subject, this, the subject. And none of it, but you still don't know until you're there. And so like the biggest thing I remember, like as soon as I walked in, all of a sudden remembering like, oh my God, I forgot, like we're in a museum that actually has collection as well. And they always keep the temperature below 70. So I'm in a cold room in cold sand. And having to think about things like we had to buy sand because you couldn't just get sand it might have tiny microscopic bugs in it. And planning weeks of freezing the sand before something, but
Freezing. I've been really concerned because I've been wanting to work with found wood, but I heard a horror story that there's an artist that got sued because his found object wood sculpture ended up in archives and the bugs came out of it.
yeah.
Started eating other stuff.
It's the
Yeah,
Trojan horse.
Yeah.
For several days, like at least 3 days. Under a certain temperature, because I used to work at the NMEI collections area, and so I was learning about but so getting there and realizing that it's like 65 degrees and I'm in cold sand and in a bikini essentially. It's like, oh my God. And so it was really hard to like explain like James telling me in the planning, it's like, well, Erica, I'm like, you move all the time. He's like, you sit still if you like. And I was like, yeah, I thought about that, but if I drink, then I'll have to pee and I can't. I'm gonna step ahead if you like. I'm muscle relaxers. He was like, oh, you're smart, Indian. Like, yeah. But still, because I've always had back pain, so that wasn't a big concern leaving. And then like the first couple hours, just like trying so hard not to totally tense up in there because I was so cold. And so during my first lunch break, I was like, send out every intern we had, and we bought out to like all of Lower Manhattan, like every drugstore, buy those thermocare, like stick-on heat things.
Okay.
And so there's a picture of me turned around, and it looks like maxi pads are stuck like all over my back and arms. And so I'd like lay back down, and they would cover the sand up to my edge so you couldn't see them.
I'm looking at that, like it's all like pushed up against.
Yeah, again, to
Yeah.
cover up those things. But, yeah, but if I didn't have those, I would not have made it because I was doing 5 to 6 hours a day, and it was
How many days?
3 days, and fourth day they just left like my imprint in the sand. And so I was, so concerned about doing this and making sure I did it right. So like honor James, and I was like, James, you never did tell me like how long did you lay in there? Because I told him how long I was laying. He was like, what? Why were you doing such a long time? And I was like, wait, how long did you do? He's like, maybe an hour or two. And I was like,
There's a higher standard now.
yeah.
More extreme standard.
I felt like I had to do 10 times to equal what you had. So, this is important.
I'm glad I never got to see him perform. Oh, I was gonna say earlier, the first time I met him was during his residency, and the room was packed for like the first night when everybody welcomes the new artists and whatnot.
Yeah.
And I showed up, and at the time I had no idea who he was, and he didn't even introduce himself. Because everybody knew who he was.
Yes.
I was so confused, and I was like, "Who is this guy?" Like, he would say,
He's a
he
rock
would say his
star.
name, and then
Yeah.
I just like left that dinner night.
Yeah.
So,
He's a little bit, I mean, he could be an arrogant prima donna at times too, so. Did you ask him or did you just ask around?
He was an intimidating professional artist, and I was like,
I'm glad that I got to spend, time.
Yeah.
Just, yeah, I remember like having lunch with Laura and telling her, because I came around to it because I was, it was right around the time that Marina Abramovic had, done 7 Easy Pieces for retrospective at was it Guggenheim, I think. But she redid such a retrospective, and so she did 7 performances, some of which were hers and some were other people's. And so that sparked this whole debate in the performance area about like what does it mean to re-perform a work, whether it's your own or re-perform another.
Yeah.
Because if the performance art is about the body and that body changes, how does that change the piece? And so they had proposed a symposium in the performance department, which was just down the hall from sculpture, and invited students to perform works they were inspired by or re-perform works or talk about works that couldn't be re-performed. And so I was like laying on my like studio table or something like in the same room as the girl that was like chewing a chocolate wax block and like, like just going in circles and like occasionally like, so how are you doing? And she's like, good. I'm like, it's bored. And so fast forward like 6 months later or something, I was teaching at Evergreen and I had lunch with Laura, and I had mentioned that I had done this as a student. She was like, that's a good idea. Like, you should do that for real. And I was like, yeah, right. What am I going to do? Call James Lynn and be like, hey, I'm Erica Lloyd. You've never heard of me, but I want to do your most famous piece. So yeah, say that. I was like, oh, wait. But she made me take his number, so I plugged it in my phone. And I was too shy to call him, and so after a couple of days when I didn't call him, like he called me and I saw his number like pop up on my phone. I was like, oh my God. I was like, I can't not pick up. So I picked up and he's like, hey, why haven't you called me? And I was like, I was gonna get to it, I swear. He was like, yeah, he was like, yeah. Shy. He was like, well, Lara told me about the things, like, I think it's a good idea. You need to talk. And so Laura set it all up for us to meet, and that in itself, like, intimating. So meeting James at Preston Singletary's house, which I'm, I'm always talking with my hands and clumsy, and I'm walking into his house of, like, even those glass everywhere. And I was like, just terrified when I came with like a long list of questions, and James like, put that shit away. He's like, just sit and talk. And it's like, okay. But that's how we to, like, and then it's been nice to watch his process, because it's so cool between being very casual and like calming down to very serious artist. And, just learning how to like demand things, or having someone like I've gotten really lucky with him and Will Wilson being mentors, and so another younger artist.
Much appreciated. One of the reasons I thought that it would be great for us to just sit here and talk is because when I was studying events, my professor there, I was struggling with my pain really bad, and he was giving me a hard time about it too. And he told me to put my brush down, and we went out to a restaurant and got a glass of wine and sat there and just talked. And he instilled two things in me. One, well, a couple things, but two of the most memorable ones is that never go to a museum hungry. Or never go to a museum without eating first. You're not gonna care about what's on the
You're not thinking about that.
And you end up overpaying for bad food.
Yes.
Yeah.
The basement, so always, if you're gonna go to a museum, make a day out of it or an afternoon out of it. Go eat first, go treat yourself, and then go enjoy your time.
Drinking and telling stories.
And then so then the second thing is, if you are struggling, or if like it's not, if he sees a student that is struggling, he's going to take that student out to go sit down somewhere and like have an honest conversation, rather than sitting and stressing about it inside the studio and like, let's figure this out here. No, like, let's go drink, let's go relax, because it's there in those spaces for artists to relax that more important conversations are actually in it.
It's how I need to start again Bye. Thank you for stopping by.
Thank you.
I do actually, that's another story. So the last time I had a show, that same year, that was a good year. Badland was this, it was nice. They made the Native American Land Reclamation Project, the installation piece with the prayer tree and the red strips of that. But so her photograph, like we were all on a show, so, like Joseph Sanchez curated it and kept asking, so how's it look? I'm like, great, except the one thing, just if you keep promoting it is for a Canadian female performance artists coming together, and I keep telling you I'm not Canadian. He's like, close enough. I was like, no, it's not. I'm like, but this is one of the first times, I can't remember if it was that show or a show in Paris that first wrote me up as Canadian, and now that has continued to follow me like forever. Going around my people. But so it's her, Lori Blondo, and I'm blanking on the fourth woman's name. And I was terrified because the two biggest critics of my version of Artifact piece was Rebecca and Lori. And I had heard this come back. I'd heard that criticism. I'm like, why the fuck is she wearing makeup in it? And like she always plays the pretty Indian. And I was like, I'm not playing, I am pretty. First of all. And I had made an art, because one of the things things in my like museum tags was that, I'd say something about like the pigment on her face and fingernails, we think might stem from traditional face painting and tattooing practices, but all are means of attracting the attention of the opposite sex, that they're these beautification processes or like attention getting things. And so it almost like if I wear makeup on a daily basis, then why wouldn't I wear makeup? Like this is supposed to be an illusion of me normal, because if I hadn't, that would be untrue to what I'm like. So like yeah. And so when I had to like be in the show with them for days on end, like it took a lot of tequila one night. Like there was a tequila bar where Sky Bar used to be, and both me and Rebecca like tequila. Went out and like at some point in the night, being like just wasted being like, "Hey, now I can say it." I was like, "Why the fuck was your issue with me?" I think she was like, "Oh, like it wasn't that big." She was like, "We just think that you're so soft," and we're like, it's about being more protective of you than anything. Like we want like, you need to toughen up there. Like you're so nice. And it's like, people have been telling me this for years. My family's been telling me this. Like grow a red skin or like I just don't have one. I never had. I never have. I'm never going to. Like I'm just. This is me. She's like, all right. But it took a while to get that, but I was terrified of her. She's terrifying. You guys are a lot better funded in Canada. It's just like, I bought my truck with grant, I bought this with grant, I bought everything with grant. Like, you need to get on top. I was like, yeah, but you guys keep forgetting, I'm not actually Canadian, I'm just Can you met her? She's scared. I don't know, she's scared.
I would really like to meet Ken Lundman. Yeah. Because I've been opening up the net soon. I think it hasn't already opened, but I know Hayden Feather is going.
When is that?
I think it's in December. I saw her Instagram. She's traveling to go to the Met, and I'll be in DC soon. And I thought about how much was
Coordinate that. The Met.
You had a call for hiring painters in Toronto. I was really, really tempted to apply. Work on some landscapes for Ken Lundman.
That'd be all right. That's Great Hall Commission. Oh, he has a commission?
No. Is it just one painting?
Let's see, Vulture. Canadian Cree artist remixing history in the Met's Great Hall. Let's see. So he's doing, commissioned him to do an 11 by 22 foot painting in its Great Hall.
Whoa.
That's exciting.
That's
See, that's not even bringing big art.
I would love to do a 22 foot
Like-
painting, yeah.
Don't go somewhere, go bigger.
I started a new 10-foot painting, and I installed one at a gallery in Gallup. And as I was installing it, I had to take it apart and research it in the gallery. And after I finished putting it up, I was looking at it and I was like, man, why do I do this to myself? This is ridiculous. I can't keep doing this.
Yeah.
And then just a couple nights ago, I was in my studio and I had this really intense urge to paint another 10-foot painting. So I started that one.
Mm.
There we go,
You
yeah.
just need a bigger house.
Yeah.
Don't make smaller paintings, make bigger house.
I need a taller ceiling. I guess I just need to buy a
December
big
19th,
can. December 19th.
yeah.
Okay.
It's on view there, well, it starts then, I don't know if that's the official, looks like that's when it's first on view. So,
Is that a permanent display then? That's a commission?
Oh, he's creating 2 monumental paintings, and I was so excited when I saw that thing, so thing was gonna be there, I thought he was coming here, and I was like, oh, check out all this big thing, no, just video. I guess that's when it.
December 19th.
Yeah, he's.
What are you working on, Chad? I'm working on, I know you're consistently doing portraits.
I'm gonna be working on this one piece. It's gonna be a champion and braiding each other's hair. And then, but at the very first, there's gonna be a boy playing with his toy. And then at the very end, there's gonna be a lady that has no, like, her hair is not braided, and there's this red quilt dropping down, representing the Western resistance.
So you're gonna be a drawing?
Yes. Kind of like the Childish Gambino one I did.
The one.
Where he's shooting Trump in the head, or where the girl's shooting Trump in the head. Did you see that one?
We have a Trump mask. My president. But I had thought of that because it was one of my favorite scenes from the I Powwow. I was watching these 2 guys braid each other's hair, and I was like, this is it. I was like, I don't get to see this anywhere else. I was just, I was just like, that's right. There's all this dancing going on, but I just focused on like, because I never had sisters, so I didn't learn how to braid hair really, and still don't really know how to braid that well. So I was like, I was like, these guys are all good braiders.
I had, for my senior show, I still had long hair. And, I can't really call it long hair, I'm gonna call it longer hair. But my sisters were in town, and they gave me a French braid all the way down. And LaShawn, I don't know if you know LaShawn Medicine Horn. Really, really good painter. Works at a tattoo shop in town. She graduated last fall.
L.A.
Yeah.
LaShawn?
Yeah, LA, Sean. When she saw my braided hair, she was making fun of me. She was like, "Oh, it's got sisters." Anytime a braid is that nice.
Yeah.
You can tell it's either his mom or his sisters. But I didn't grow up with
Do you know how to braid that?
No. Well, I mean, I know how to braid from like spending time around horses, and not braiding horsehair, but braiding the baling twine. That's something I'm working on with my meetings right now. Is using baling twine.
You too?
Yeah. Talk about this.
Yeah.
But I didn't grow up with men around me that had long hair, so it was never really something that was.
My dad has that.
Yeah.
Got curly hair up north.
Did you grow up with surrounded by other men that had long hair?
No, my brothers had short hair.
Yeah.
My mom forced me to grow my hair out.
Mm.
And then I just started to embrace it. Well, being surrounded by non-indigenous, so they would constantly always make fun of me.
Yeah.
So it was hard.
person.
So you guys had long hair when you were younger too?
Yeah. I've always wanted to comb my hair for it. When I had a chance, I got to do it. There's this one time where I had like those like Velcro balls.
Oh,
sitting in my
stuck,
hair,
yeah.
And then I just took them out myself.
That's
And we had like
weird.
family picture day the next day.
Oh, that's always when I decide to trim my bangs and stuff. Like up there.
We got 20 minutes.
Oh.
Do you want to draw? Or what do you have pulled up? Is that still the Kim one?
Yes, the one. I was looking at, I just have to show you first.
Actually, before we run out of time, do you want to talk about projects that you've got going on? You're interested in right now?
Working on more meeting stuff.
More leaving?
Yeah, I'm actually working on, saying about the dog blanket that I'm starting. So I was working on, they're called Tuppies. I always just heard them, I've heard of dog blankets, like they're these, traditional dog
Continue to
like
slide.
bells down them.
And I just had a moment to step
I said sled dogs. And so they're these like heavily heated, thing, like tassels around the edge. And so working groups of, DNA, or not, my DNA, was, like a gridded project. And so staring at this square, just like somewhere, and trying to figure out, I want to do some sort of set build, but I'm trying to figure out what
Well, I don't know if I can stay.
object fit conceptually with the DNA and stuff. And
Come back.
because the
So people are
bells
just
fit
kind
in easily.
doing-
There was square, there was square shaped tests
for
that I
2 hour
did,
intervals.
but I didn't know what square shaped object. And then like, after months of working on those things, like, and then
Really?
Grove Center had just purchased.
I missed the one.
Like, a couple. Also, I was like, oh, I'll do a dog blanket and I'll do the test with the diphtheria because so I did commemorates the ceremony from my village, that's what I did. She ran the running the diphtheria serum out to know so they reenact that through the Iditarod race every year. And since that's from my village, because they trained it into Nenana and then dog sled from Nenana to Nome. And I'll do diphtheria on a dog blanket. That's eventually next time.
As an object in itself, or then to do something else with it, or?
I'm taking inside or make one and eventually we turn it into this orange. Rather than that, he gave me his, one of his, Zooms to work on and start on the difference. We've got this pretty bad, has set up these little grids. Did I show you that?
Yeah.
Highlighted,
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. Highlighted, and these little tile grid things that
The
you
days
like press like red and all the red spots like glow and you pop all the red beads in there and then pop them all in there. So it's like computerized so it'll go faster. It's like all mine. And before that, I just did it like visually and would like trace out the grid and then try to guess what color. So there was no consistency and it was all just.
And that's for weaving, right? Like you're still.
Yeah.
in beads and
This is Michael Burke.
Computer augmented.
Yeah. And his weaving prep, like my
Oh, I wonder.
weaving setup is kind of similar to, abstract, but yeah, I guess then the Navajo, that's why I have so many
Yeah,
weaving things. Because the one that I had built, when I was first working on this DNA needed thing, like 10 years ago, I went to Bead Weaver and I was like, I think I need a bead. And they showed me this like little tiny thing and I was like, oh, that's for like bracelets. And they're like, how big do you need it? I was like 5 feet. That's 5 or 6 feet big. And so then we just went and bought like lumber from the Home Depot and I put a bunch of nails and the screws together and built it myself. They're like, well, it's sculptors. It doesn't exist. We build it ourselves. Like, how are you? I don't know how to do it. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. I keep thinking of that, like, it's not, I wish it was something that I realized in undergrad, but like, I just think a lot now about, because I'm working with these pieces of wood, I just keep picturing the nails, but then I also know that like, if I'm picking up, I'm using found objects or like old pieces of wood, I probably can't put a nail in it without it falling apart. So I can figure out other ways, like, I'm saying all this to say that I'm really fascinated by like all the different ways that sculptors get creative in order to get objects that aren't supposed to stick together.
Yeah.
Get them to stick together without
Yeah.
using epoxy or something. But like, yeah.
That's what I was gonna say. That's just like,
Yeah.
I glued my mom's siding together for her. And she couldn't afford to pay for new siding. And I was at Zappa, they sell you that stuff. It's like one of my architecture students gave it to me. Yeah. Next performance.
You're gonna raise the level. You want them.
Hard to, yeah, I think it's complete so that. Watch it.
Or do you want to skip over? Are you still based in Texas, right, Joseph?
Yeah. I'm like, I live up on Buckle Street. There's like that lit up water fountain stuff on Buckle Street. It's like, it's blue. I don't know, when I say that, everyone's like, oh, that's nice. I live around
How
there.
far down, or is that near us?
Yeah, it's like a mile and a half going towards, Navajo, on Buckle Street.
As a painting.
Yeah.
It's a dance show.
Oh,
That's right. I'm trying to paint with clay. I'm really obsessed with Hanson Kiefer. So
the drive spaces are just clear.
yeah.
You seen Eliza's stuff? First time I did that. Eliza. How do you spell it?
Naran.
There it is.
AJO.
Images. This is That's part of that whole super click and the rows. Like, do you know our stuff?
Clay.
Eliza and Ron Home Morse.
No, I'm a studio minor, so I don't really know a lot about studio stuff.
What's your major?
Right?
Oh. You think of our top one.
Talk about when?
Talk about filming.
Oh,
And you haven't seen that
But that's the,
Like 1914 or so.
is it like kind of, like at the very beginning, is it like yellow and black?
It's black and white film,
Yeah, no, I've seen it.
but,
Yeah, it just didn't, like, it rings to me like right after like, 10 seconds of it, so. Just like, yeah.
She's, the resident at SCR before me, so she was the one that I showed you. Actually, let's see. I am. It is.
I have a website now.
No. What's I know?
GregArts.com.
Right,
I have
arts.
business cards.
Oh.
I'm personalizing them too. Ideas.
I'm doing mine.
500 of these others.
Oh, it's your. Yours.
Chad.
Nancy. I gotta order. I know this weird is because you can do 50 different images on Movie. And so I put all my portraits and stuff on there, and then people were just treating them like trading cards. Come by and like take like 20, I'm like, oh, no, you showed me when I was still in like prototype, it hadn't gone live yet. So, yay!
So put on this.
Smart.
Your website.
Yeah, I haven't promoted it at all. I just built it and then I didn't say anything about it.
Also, when you always-
We didn't even type. Better be more fair than. You don't know. Well, I'll clean it and you start to.
I need
You want this hard underneath there? Or you can use the hooks and I'll do the.
You should.
Yes.
Who did your website?
I did. Yeah, nice. Thank you.
Oh, I have to know who's in bed tonight.
Who's the artist we were talking about yesterday? Was the Coyote?
Oh, Harry Fonseca,
Yeah. I saw there's an exhibition of his work at the Geometry Museum in LA. And I got to see it while I was up there. And there was a quote by him on the wall that I found really, really interesting to relate to. It said that he paints, or every once in a while he would forget about Coyote. And Coyote would show up and say, hey, I'm still here. You need to paint me.
Be very small.
And so that's when he paints
Related.
Coyote needs to be
Just curious.
satiated.
I ask questions.
That's how I feel about this piece of wood. I don't think it was a conscious decision to start working with these, but I feel compelled to keep bringing them out and bring them to life. Feels like it's chosen me in a way. I would love to keep working with the figures, honestly, but I just find myself supportive of it. I find these more fascinating.
It's like, facial hair, I was trying to figure out which direction it went. Finger was facing your face.
Chad, are you going to the Chinook film screening?
When's that?
It's at 6.
Oh, shoot. I didn't even know anything about that.
I just found out this morning. He posted on his Instagram.
Where is it?
It's at some hotel down here, I think. It's a video about his performance thing that he did over at the Robotico Center. We had people smash plates, make plates and smash them. Did the people make the plates or did he make? He must have made the plates, right? And everybody else.
Everyone. Did you have to make a plate, Amy?
Sammy's not coming up.
Almost.
She said she'll come back to you. She said you were very proud of it.
You can't braid your hair and then draw it.
No, that's not. But she did make it. You said a few days.
This one I shouldn't be thinking points left.
She just don't get it. They're all last night. Tonight and tomorrow and then Sunday, when people come to our studio. Maybe you're a little concentrated.
You started that right towards the end of your.
Yeah, I started that in your new studio, actually. I had the canvas on the wall and I sat in front of a blank canvas for about 2 hours until these pieces of wood just started to appear. I'm obsessed with
Like
artists.
that there's your, I've been trying hesitant to paint over the floor because I like that you're painted on the floor.
I love that it's so too. Do you wanna smudge to the end?
I also not know how to. Birds, sweetgrass mountain. Did you not? Right, because you're gonna just shake them.
There we go. You can draw. That's good. Yeah. Thank you. That's fun.
Can we hang your drawings?
Yeah. Yes.
Not the top.
This style, so we don't. It's a frame without a
Yeah.
Can we get that?
Yeah. We can colorize this.
thing. She wants to finish.
That's true.
Every time. Mention of the typewriter. Here, what's the button? Just all the same.
Is there chairs? Sorry.
Need help?
I
Chairs. Hear what we say, no chairs.
Yeah, I found a marker too, I think. Maybe, I don't know if it's necessary.
I think it's valid.
I'll just put it in marker that. Maybe just a few. Yeah, just like three. It's, yeah, four, I think.
Is that ready for you to plug in?
Yeah. So just press shuffle.
I really want to, I think I'm with other stairs.
This is gonna be good, right? This is just-
Okay, so we'll have to turn
Turn it over. She's gonna- I think it might be just Is it? Not lyrics or anything, but you might have
It's
to-
still, yeah.
Yeah, let's go ahead and turn it. She says it is for she said, and so she seemed it stands for sugar and 2 pounds of
Wow.
genetic disorder. And makes the tendons.
Or you're gonna
Texas on your Carol she's so special. She said it's no.
I did it twice, so I did it amazing.
Actually, I saw pictures of she said
Which was
that makes sense. Pretty much.
So
Well, I mean, like one time.
oh, we did,
Yeah.
She said, to me, it's like,
when I first went out, food, that's when we get together. Gigi said,
Yeah, I know.
So they got all dressed up. And then, all sorts of stuff, and like smiles, and they don't have the couch. You know the story of Bruno Mars? It was the moment, so Mara is distressed. So the temptress is so tempted, so I think this became like
Nice.
she's all like, so we are switching, we're on.
It's only
I was
after,
trying to find it,
Yeah.
trying to
it's
make
never,
sure we got
for
everybody.
me, I always have to do it myself.
Yes.
It just never has.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so Judy's ready?
Okay, we're ready.
You got it? Okay, sorry.
Okay, oh, come closer.
With these kind of students who sit in the back. where
Bring
all-
that forward if you want to sit this, that's okay.
I like the way
Actually,
it's comfort.
guys, sit more this way, because I don't want to just be focusing like against the walls. Like right here,
It's just so
is better.
I just want to make sure
We
that
just
we're
want
not
to make sure
blocking
we're
the
not
feet.
blocking. You're not blocking me,
That's
right here. Not blocking me. Okay, so, and I had a lot of people that actually said they would have loved to come tonight. And they didn't know about it. So I'm gonna just start where I start, which is Penina asking me to see if I was interested to do one of these segments, which I had no idea what the segment would be. And I'm so used to doing talks, like in front of a pretty good sized group. And so without the certainty, without pre-knowing how many people, and especially because it's very last minute, so there was not the certainty of being able to draw people who I could be with, the thought started to float up in my head that the worst fear I could have is no one will be here. And what does that mean to me? You know, in my body, I started to feel all freaked out. Like, if no one shows up, does that mean that no one cares for me? What I have to say isn't important. And I'm just watching these subliminal messages like bubbles, like coming up. And that was actually part of the process of like, after Penina asked me, and then I was thinking, oh, and then I scheduled myself out with all these calls, and then I thought, oh, good, I have an excuse really why I shouldn't be able to do this. And then she says, but I sent out messages, communication to people. And so I said, okay, you know what? This is really the edge of my comfort zone in terms of showing up somewhere, maybe no one's here. How can I really body? And because I was I was very self-conscious as a kid, very embarrassed. I was very, everything you can think of, non-self-aware growing up. So the worst thing you can do is put me in a position where I have no control of the setting at all in my office or when I go to. So I am thinking all that, it's feeling weird in my body, it's feeling weird in my heart. And I said, that's why I have to say yes. And I have to say yes because, I ride the line all the time of living in life with the uncertain, with what we don't know is very clear. Hi. And, you can't talk about that with people unless you're willing to do it for yourself. And that's like one of the main hallmarks as someone who does healing work or someone who helps people in their own process, that if you haven't dipped or you're not willing to dip into your own shadow, your own discomfort, and live with it and feel it and embrace it, there's no real transmission. There's no real vibration to say, this is okay. And so one of the things I've learned is how do I keep showing up in places where you're always riding the edge of what we may be experiencing as uncomfortable, but on the other side of the discomfort, it's not real. It's just some old voice that sort of informs, and then we feel it in the body, but then the truth is that there's this overlying presence that actually says, I'll take care of you. And you can't fake yourself through that. You can't fake yourself through presence. So what I do is I go to the place in my body where I'm feeling like the most scared or the most, potent emotion, frustration, sadness, in this case, a little bit of fear, a little bit of anxiety, which I feel in my heart. And I just put my hands here. And this is something I teach, but I put my hands here really and just accept it. I go to the place of full acceptance. So my body says to me, can you be with this too? Not like wait till I get past it. Can I be with this too? And as I put my hands here, and I'm doing it like right now, you want to do it with me, you can. But as I do it here, I feel the flutter, I feel my breath, I feel the aliveness of my body, and you can feel the aliveness of your body if you really connect to under where your hands are. Feel the breath, move it, feel the energy there, feel the isolation, feel the frontal lobe of the brain, engage your body in that place. And then what happens is it pops. It allows presence to come in, which to me is love. Presence truly is love. And when we're in a state where we can reclaim that love for ourselves, no matter what we're feeling, there's this resurgence of availability and openness. That before we would run on a script or run on reaction or run on conditioning. And when we have the choice, in this moment, in the next moment, it allows us to actually have options and choices to not run. And that's where the edge of life is. And that's what I call messy holiness. And I say WHOL, holiness, because I don't think we're supposed to get anywhere. There's not like a place that we have to arrive that is a better place for us. It's just learning, how do we be present right here? How do we allow a certain amount of connection and love to this very moment that may be really uncomfortable for us? So there's nowhere to go. And that's where a lot of people feel like, I'll be present when I'm in this like complete bliss state. That has presence too. But this is the harder part for us in human nature, in human conditioning, is that can we have presence when we're scared? Can we have presence when we feel contracted? Can we have presence when we feel really angry, frustrated? What does that look like? And in our culture, we just kind of flip-flop in polarity. I'm either feeling good or I'm feeling bad. I'm feeling contracted or I'm feeling expanded. We do it either or all the time in our culture. And because we go either or, we don't allow the and to really come in. Say, you know what? I'm feeling really contracted and I feel really alive. I feel really scared. And I feel really on the edge of something really amazing. And to hold these multiple perspectives is not just a mental thing. The body actually has to be included to hold multiple perspectives. The reason I say that is the either or actually will switch us off and on from expansion into contraction. And once we're in contraction, the body actually will shut down options of being participatory with what's going on in life. The and holds multiple perspectives. So it's like, how can we engage in our life and in our body in such a way that it's like we embrace even the darkest level of our being? And then we live into that juiciness and we live into that and. But when we are in stress physiology, what we call defense physiology, it actually shuns blood from the frontal lobe of the brain to the back, and it doesn't allow us to have the same kind of perspectives, to hold multiple perspectives. To me, that is a very awakened state. And I think we had it a little bit misinterpreted, what we think of as awakened. We think awakened is somewhat where nothing touches us. And I feel very differently there. And I've seen it really differently there. It's not that things don't touch us. It's like we let everything touch us. It's just that we don't go to that place where it shuts us down from feeling it all. And therefore the energy can keep moving. So we actually become more human, more alive, more integrated instead of fragmented. And if we look at how people really are in the world and in the culture today, so many of us are walking around very fragmented, very in parts. There's a cutoff from here to here. We think a lot of things, or when things are going really good, we feel safe enough to participate. And really what I think life is saying to us is, can you love even the other places? Can you love all of it and celebrate all of it? But it's a very physiological thing as well as a mental thing. And the physiology will allow us to participate at these larger levels. So is anything I'm saying ringing true for anybody?
All of it.
All of it?
Yeah.
Like, do you have an example in your life where you have recognized by going deeper into something that felt really uncomfortable, actually another level of wholeness came in, another level of you being able to show up even more, another level of love came in. And I think, hi, welcome.
That's my favorite.
Oh, all right.
I could go back to work.
Oh, thanks for
Just
coming
even a few
by,
minutes is lovely.
yeah.
Thank you.
That's great. Great dip-in.
Yeah,
It's like, yeah,
thank you.
Are you asking us to respond to that one?
yeah, I love response.
You know, I did a guided meditation today from one of my teachers. It's a short that I practice. And I had an epiphany at a retreat once, and part of that was to not push away.
Yes.
And you reminded me of that, and I remember that, and come on, Paul.
Just,
We called you out by name.
we just like here for a minute.
Okay, feel it out.
Anyways, I don't want, it's
Part two.
holding multiple positions.
Holding
Simultaneous.
multiple positions, perspectives is actually it's a frontal lobe higher brain function. You cannot hold them unless there's enough space in your neurology to say that it's safe to feel all the different ranges of what we feel as human beings. Otherwise, what happens is our brain gets selective. And we pop in and we become aware of things, but we create an either or perspective in our life. And we don't even know we're doing it. It's so subliminal, it's so subconscious that we're doing it, that it's not until we gain a newer perspective again that we even knew we're entered into that place. And that is one of the challenges of our humanity, is that we're walking around without the realization and the awareness that we're actually dimmed down. That's probably the hardest part of all. Most people that I've been in the healing fields over 35 years, most people I talk to, so many have done so much work on themselves, and there's so much awareness to be acknowledged of the work that's been done. And yet, there are these gaps that we notice right away in terms of how we're able to connect with ourselves. But when we don't know that we're not connected in certain ways. We go to the highest threshold that we can get to. When we live there, we hover there, but it's not in our frame of reference if we don't get actually feedback from our body, from our physiology, from our field, from our vibration. And a lot of times we start focusing on the things we can pick up information from. So we feel totally loaded. We feel stimulated like we've got it. And then all of a sudden you get introduced to another part of yourself. And what happens is you say hello to a part that you haven't been able to talk to. And when you talk to that part that you haven't been, all of a sudden this new dialogue opens up, new energy, new information, and the brain for the first time and the neurology for the first time becomes aware, I wasn't in the range I thought I was. And there's nothing to blame here. This is not like to put anyone down about the amount of work they've done. You know that a lot of the people that I work with have done a lot of work on themselves. So it's not that we're not working at it. It's just that we have very deep, ingrained, conditioned neural responses to habituation in our lives to protect ourselves, to feel safe. And it's a very high biological function. If we've grown up with a lot of abuse, if we've grown up with violation, if we have had serious accidents where the body has felt not safe, we set up things to manage ourselves, and it's a great thing for short term. But to be able to go beyond that needs a certain level of new input, new energy, new availability, and a new level of listening. And you know what? It's okay wherever somebody wants to be. It's like we do the journey at the pace, at the rhythm, in the awareness level that we want to go. I was actually watching some of the original John Lennon and Yoko Ono dialogues, just because it got me inspired for coming here tonight. And it's really interesting because so much of the dialogue was them saying to people, hey, look, we need to have more awareness about things. And you have person after person coming in kind of saying, but you're not talking for me. You're not, this doesn't apply to me. And they're saying, yes, it does. So it's like, and it's interesting because Yoko Ono said something like, well, hopefully in the generations after us, people will be much wiser. We always think people are going to get it in the generations after us. They're going to become much wiser. And this was 50 years ago. And now I'm thinking to myself, here, 50 years later, are we much wiser? Are we much wiser? I think on some level we aren't, and on some level there is a subculture of people that are pushing up a level of wisdom that we've never seen before. And that is unprecedented. And it's not trying to even glorify, the sense that, we're in the generation where wisdom's going to come through. But there is something that people are hungry for now that I've not heard about culturally in a lot of the generations past. Because a lot of generations past pushed for expression. 60s was pushing for expression, and 70s, 80s was more like I'm claiming my financial power, I'm claiming my material, the way I show up in the world, and now we're working at this other level where the level of integration of wholeness of who we are as a person, as people, is actually starting to rise up in consciousness with a lot of people that wouldn't even know that that would be important. I'm talking about wholeness now. You know that topic, right? Come sit here with me on the bed. Come sit with me on the bed. This is Donna, everybody. Hi, Donna. So what we're doing is I was just talking about how there's people that there's another level of engagement of wholeness in today's world, that there's a hunger for it, even if you didn't know that's what you wanted. if it was presented to you, if the door got opened in some way for you to feel it, all of a sudden something like the light bulb goes off over your head and you go, wow, what was that? I want that. I can taste it. I can feel that inside of me, right?
I want more.
I want more. So, I mean, it's something that's happening with people now. And what we want to do is actually have a discussion and wake people up that, what you've been feeling at some point in your life, that life is magical, that life has something really extraordinary to it, is true. But most of us get caught in the grind of doing life. Most of it gets caught in the conditioning of doing life. And so we don't get to experience on a daily basis like this magic of life itself. And that's when you don't fight against what's actually happening. You work with it and celebrate it in such a way in your body that you use that energy for growth and transformation instead of shutting down. And so, when I started the story where I was like, feeling like, this is kind of strange for me. Well, they call that strange bedfellows, right? Something like that. But this is kind of strange for me because I'm so used to having people, a set group, a set talk, right? Although I will go off on things, on tangents. But I said that I had to do it because I felt all this unease inside of me and I wanted to turn into it. And my life is about turning into life, not running from it, because whatever we run from chases after us. And whatever we turn into becomes energy for transformation and growth. But we do have to have a certain amount of flexibility in our biology, in our physiology, to feel that extra information is invited. And it's not going to destroy us. Actually, it may destroy us. But it will destroy the limited notion of us. But if we have too much fear and the scales are tipped too much that way, we'll shut the door and say, no, I can't go there. So we have to have enough flexibility, enough resilience, enough ability to play with new energies and it's not even new ideas, but new energies, new experiences in our body, that we say, I can experience this and not crash. And this is a key piece that people don't understand. You can have any experience in life, and if you don't have energy to be able to absorb it, to process it, it'll go into crisis or trauma. If you take that same experience and you have actually added energy to it, it becomes available for growth and transformation. It goes a whole different way, same experience. But most people in our world, in our culture, don't have that extra energy. They're managing so much. So many people are managing that you put in another input and all of a sudden they're in crisis and trauma. They're just getting by for the most part energetically. And I'm talking biologically, physiologically, energetically. The body's already in a level of overwhelm and stress physiology. I think Brené Brown said something like, we reward people for being totally exhausted in our culture. We reward them. And I've been saying that for years, that we reward people for saying, hey, I'm so stressed out. And we laugh about it. Oh, I'm massive. So the more you get a medal, the more stressed out you are. And the truth is, it's freaking killing us. It's killing us biologically as a culture because it keeps us shut down and keeps us not being able to feel everything. And when you can feel everything through and through, it becomes ecstatic. It's not even just like, wow, I get to experience this too. Great. It's not a concept anymore. We get to feel everything, and then that transforms into this bliss ecstasy. It's not like we have to get to bliss ecstasy. We transform it by being present with it. And we have that capacity, all of us have that capacity to be present with things in our body in the moment, no matter what's going on. So I was gonna ask you, because you are you have my gold star, my gold star person who has gone through massive transformation in your body. And it's not that you haven't worked on yourself, decades and decades and decades. And it's not that. It's just that you were given the capacity to reclaim how to use energy differently in your body for healing and growth and expansion, instead of just managing and holding the same way. Do you want to talk about that a little bit? Sure. Come on down.
Yay.
See, what I do is, and I want to hear about this, because I think it's really important, is I think that, bye now, I think it's.
Hi, how are you? It's good to see you.
You want to come sit with us? Come sit with us.
Everybody will be
Thanks
up
for
here
coming
ready.
by.
You know, it's,
No, because, you know, this is my like real this is like real conversation for me.
Right.
Yeah, this is like, yeah,
This is the
this
power hour.
is this is our power hour. Okay, stay for a minute.
Okay, so I've done a ton of work on myself over years. And then this whole evolution of therapy, diamond path work, and all of it has been really helpful. And I think it brought me to a place, so when I started working with Judy, that I wasn't starting at ground zero. You know, there was a lot of foundation there.
Yeah.
Would you say that's?
Yes, a lot of foundation psychodynamically.
Yes, psychodynamically. Thank you
Yes.
for that. And so what has happened, I started working with Judy in kind of end of January, somewhere in that thing. And I can't, she'll explain the dynamic of it, but my experience became energetically, I felt in hindsight like a container. And I was holding a lot of stuff together and moving through the world in a container. And I was thrown off pretty easily by any kind of crisis going on in my life. It wasn't necessarily a big crisis, just something would throw me into a crisis. And, you know, over this time, I felt myself, the container dissolving, and that my inner energy and self started to become one with everyone's energy. And that when the things that would happen in the past send me into a difficult emotional time, either depression or anxiety, it's not that I couldn't have a ghosting feeling of anxiety, because I still can. It just, I just, oh yeah, there that is. And I can incorporate that into my energy without it becoming, I have to go to bed for a day or something like that. It's just, it's becoming a part of a calm and quiet power within me, I guess is the best way to describe it. And I feel very connected to everyone in the world. I feel very connected to the universe. It's just, I don't have a body edge. That's what it feels like.
And what is some of your changes that you're feeling
With
in
your
my body that
Right.
corresponds?
Yeah, you know, is that I didn't realize exactly how kind of folded in my shoulders were. And part of that was from I was in a bad accident, and and I was very much still in guarding and not in my body from that accident. And I have a lot of movement in my spine, and my posture's really changed, and I've had people actually notice it. Allison said, "Oh God, your posture's just really different." Of course, she would notice, right? Allison would notice. And I just feel so much more. My rib cage feels so much more happening. So yeah.
And it's so hard to even like put how profound. It seems so like matter of fact when you say it,
I know,
but it's so huge. Nina would say almost every time she'd come in, I can move my body so much differently now, like really, because when your body gets anchored like concrete, you don't think it can move and you don't think it has the capacity to change until it does. And you say, oh my God, there's space and it can morph and it can change and it can be flexible, and you don't know that. And it's that powerful.
Yeah, one other thing I want to add to it, which was surprising for me because the work that Judy does on the body is that I'd come in and I would say something like, I don't understand what's going on exactly, but I have like there's a lot of emotional stuff coming up and I can't connect it with anything that's going on right now currently. She would say, oh, that's old stuff. It's old stuff. And I don't need to connect, I don't need a story to it, just stay with it. The Diamond Path work, that's where it really helped me, is being able to stay with whatever emotional thing and not feeling like I have to get around it, but to embrace it. So that was helpful for me to be able to, work through that aspect. But yeah, it's worked out a lot of old emotional stuff.
Presence
Presence.
means that we can be with things in a different way and that we embrace the energies that have been haunting us and that we've been pushing down. You want to add anything, ladies? Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're looking gorgeous as usual. Beautiful.
And I brought Darren. Darren is my
hi.
operations manager.
Hi there. Very nice to meet you.
This is Judy. This is Panina.
Hi.
And you know Donna.
Yeah, for all of us, part of healing is being connected, not just to ourselves, but to others. And it's really important to be connected in community for healing. And I don't mean just friends. I mean where people see you, see the depth of you, right? And that is not always the easiest thing to say. You can even have a lot of friends that you're cool with, but you don't go to those depths. And to be able to shed and be what I call like soul naked with, and have a bunch of people like that, that's part of healing and has a different feel to it to be around people like that. So we are very touchy-feely, right? We're very touchy-feely.
Yeah.
So in the spirit of the bed, we're very, intimacy happens because we can be more intimate with ourselves. Otherwise, you can't really bring in a huge amount of intimacy. You can only go as intimate as you're willing to bear with your own soul to yourself. Yeah, that's what I think. And this is my segment, so I can say whatever I want to say.
Well, it's, that aspect, I think, of vulnerability is it stops feeling vulnerable after a while.
Yeah, the vulnerability actually turns and becomes a gift.
Yeah.
And it becomes something you actually seek out instead of something like that you want to hide from and feel weird about. You turn it around and you go, oh my God, this is like the juiciest thing of all, right?
Right.
Opens the door.
So I think the dark things that make us ill, diseased, sick, whatever you want to call it, those are the things that live in the darkness. And by being vulnerable and leaning in to those things, they dissolve. And they just don't have the power anymore that they had before. And many things have changed for me. I've been going to the Sure Center for 2 years now. And my body has changed. My life has changed. I've lost weight. I mean, it's been absolutely incredible, but I feel good. I don't suffer from depression anymore. And many other ailments that I had are gone. So it's been life-changing for me, and it will continue, I'm sure.
Presence, we were talking about presence, and you were saying about leaning into. And it's not that other practices don't teach you to lean into, but I always feel, because I've been working with the nervous system for so long, I always feel like if you have a practice that teaches you to lean in, what if your nervous system also was free to have resilience and increased range and flexibility to process that information so much easier? It's like taking off the filter.
It's like taking off.
And so it's not that you can't do that on your own, it's just that when you have your body working with you, it allows you to accelerate the level of how you can actually choose to lean in consciously. And then it becomes like, oh my God, this is really like intense. And then you lean into it on a conscious level, and you even can feel it eating you up a bit. But you can even say, you can eat me up.
That's right.
Right?
And the other thing is right along with what Polina was saying, and that is, I have now become able to sort of observe myself in a much different way, and to be present with things that do come up, and to really examine them and see what's underneath them. And that helps me to heal those parts as well. And it makes me a lot calmer, a lot happier, a lot less in crisis, even from the smallest things.
Yeah.
I think one of the big things that you said about leaning into issues, and you said it takes away the power. And that's like, to me, that's a major thing, because all these absolutely stupid issues that we have that have gone on for eternity, when you really turn into them, you realize that they're really nothing. You know, and they have no power at all, really.
When you turn into
When you turn into them.
Yeah, and you merge with the energy of it, right? Yeah, powerful. Thank you. My gosh, you are so like beyond blessed and honored to have you speaking your own experiences and truth at this time, and also to have people recognize that all of us, can turn up the dial of like how we can participate with life even more fully. And that's a big deal for most people. We don't know where we're living. So I was just going to, I thought it'd be kind of cool, like if somebody does tune in to this, is that we show people how to do maybe like a really basic SRI connection to the body. We'd be open to it? Sure. All right. So we can go this way, like on the bed, like. No, on your back, sorry, right? I thought, why not? And you guys can do it out there too. But this is a tool we use. Or we can have head here and feet here, something like that. What feels better? Just out of here, whichever way. Okay.
Right.
I don't know. I'm. Yeah, there you go. How about that? That's good. And that way, actually, yeah, the angle you can see. And your feet this way. And come closer to me, Penina. So this is something we teach.
So all of us at the same time?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bed-in. It's a bed-in.
Yeah, all at the same time. And you can do it out there if you want. So
And you can do it sitting down.
And you can do it sitting down too, but I thought it was kind of cool. And bring your knees up. And so anyone that does tune into this later, this is a exercise that you can do that gets the frontal lobe of the body to help participate with the body almost instantly, so that you can focus on the energy behind what you're feeling. So I'll say that, the energy behind what you're feeling. So if you're feeling disconnected, if you're feeling anger, if you're feeling stuck, if you're feeling anything, there's usually an energy under that. And it doesn't mean that you have to figure it out more. It's actually beyond story. So we teach this to people, and it actually, in a very short period of time, once you learn to stay present with yourself by touch, energy, breath, and movement, once you have all of those pieces being paid attention to, you start activating the frontal lobe of the brain, and then that takes you out of a reaction response and starts getting your body to be able to participate even more in the moment. So it's a way of bringing presence back to the body and the being really quickly. So we can start, say, first at the belly button. So we put one hand on top of one hand, and this is safe to do at home. This is safe to do at home. So anyone, I mean, unless you want to stay shut down, then don't do it. But your hands are flat, and you put your hands on your belly button, and you start breathing in the nose and out the mouth, and you get your focus to here. And sometimes you can't even raise the area at all. Sometimes you try to raise this area, and this area comes up. So what you're wanting to do is actually isolate the part of the body where your hands are. And if you can't, you just recognize that I can't do it there. So it's not like you have to fix it or make anything happen. And then you bring your hands up into the solar plexus area, and you just feel what that feels like. So there's an awareness that you start growing with yourself as you start connecting through your hands and through your body. There's an awareness that starts to grow in the body through the hands. And so you see if you can isolate. Some people go into this area right under the rib cage at the solar plexus, and they try to raise this area and nothing happens. It's like your brain can't find it. The first thing you do is just register, I can't find it, and that's okay. So you're not, again, trying to make it happen or fix it. You're trying to be aware of how your body is able to listen or not in that moment. And then you bring your hands up to right below the clavicles, and you keep your elbows sort of relaxed. The hands are right flat, fingers together. And you, again, look to isolate and see if you can raise this area. Inhale comes up, exhale goes down. Seeing if it actually moves, seeing if the rest of the body stays really still. And noticing, does it feel easy to do it? Does it feel hard to do it? Does it feel like you can engage there? Can you feel like there's nothing wanting to happen? Or sometimes people are like, I don't even want to put my hands on my body there. So really what you're doing is you're actually getting input. And we call that subtle cues to the nervous system of registering, what am I actually feeling here? So the next thing what you want to do is you want to find where your area is that you have the most connection. What felt the easiest, and the place where when you had your hands there, you felt like you were most with your body, if you can find one of those places. So you go to the area you have the most connection. And then when you go there, you just breathe into that area twice. And you feel it, and you feel it engage, and then you bring your hands to the area that had the least connection. And then you just breathe into that once. And what you're doing is it's helping your body teach itself, this is what connection feels like. So if I breathe in here and I move and I isolate here, this is what it feels like. And you're giving it new sensory input. And then you go to the area of most disconnection, and you just give it feedback. And you can watch yourself really open a new experience of being with yourself. The moment you actually connect by not pushing on an area, but by just acknowledging, I wasn't as connected here. And you could even say, sometimes I feel so disconnected here. And once you do that, what happens is a spontaneous opening happens. Energy comes in because you're being congruent with your body experience. And when you're congruent with your body experience, presence comes in, and you can actually feel in the midst of tears, in the midst of feeling sad or angry, this level of opening starts to blossom in your body. And it's really magical. It's not hard. And we can say, hey, it's no big deal. But for somebody who is actually going through a huge time where they're processing a lot of violation in their life, or a lot of abuse, or a lot of anger, to be able to actually connect with yourself without fixing yourself has grace involved. It's allowing the body to go back into grace with yourself in alignment. What did you guys notice? Did you feel good?
It felt really good. I noticed that my solar plexus area was the most disconnected and didn't raise up very much. And then after my most connected place, and I went back, it was completely different.
So your body was able to teach your body how to reconnect with itself without forcing it, without making it wrong,
Right.
without having a story around it.
Right.
And now here you are with more integration, more energy, more alignment. See how easy that was?
That was easy.
What, did you have anything?
Yeah, my most connected part was over my belly button.
Mm-hmm.
My most disconnected part was just below the clavicle. And it got better, but it's not as strong as the belly button.
Mm-hmm. So there was a change just in actually helping it hear itself
Yes.
and communicating that way, but there's more work to be done. So if
More work to
you,
be done.
so if you were to just put your hands here just for a moment and actually say, you know, sometimes it feels really hard to, well, what is the physical feeling?
The physical feeling is like being strangled.
Okay. So you would say, sometimes I feel like I'm being strangled. See if your body actually registers that as truth, and have your hands here and say, sometimes I feel like I'm being strangled, and then engage the area and see where, if the energy opens up.
Sometimes I feel like I'm being strangled.
Yeah. So the energy, so that was a congruent message for your body. Oh, you had to just acknowledge it.
Yeah, because I was able to, I just felt.
It just went, and then it just raised up, and all of a sudden there's space where otherwise you're fighting it. And also when we go to fix it, we're thinking we're making it wrong, we're making us wrong, instead of the fact that we're just fragmented and disconnected and we want wholeness again. And that's really where the beauty is to treat ourselves with love and respect, instead of that something is wrong. We say a lot that we're broken in this culture. You know, I'm broken, or I feel broken, and there may be a sense of brokenness, but it's like we're not a machine that breaks, that gets fixed. We're more like, we're more like a forest that is changing its ecosystem and reclaiming its diversity. And so there was not anything broken in it if it lost something, but it's reclaiming a different level of wholeness. And I think we have to kind of get away from feeling like this sense of we're broken people. We're disconnected people. That doesn't make us broken. That we're broken as a result of being disconnected. So what we have to do is just reclaim the wholeness that's already there, and it doesn't have to be that it's hard. Because once we say we're broken, it anchors a story. Right. So if we can see each other in our souls, like who we really are, that already allows that medicine to come in. What did you feel?
My stomach area is, it's real easy to deal with that. And my chest just seems like it has a huge weight on it. And it really doesn't want to, it still doesn't want to
Move.
move.
Okay, so what if you didn't make it wrong and just put your hands over there and just sit to your chest area? Sometimes it feels like nothing wants to move here.
Sometimes it feels like nothing wants to move here.
And now push up. And it just moved more.
Yeah, it did.
It's like our body listens so fast.
It's
And
amazing.
when you learn that that's possible for you, you don't take this as a little thing. And when you don't have the experience of it, you don't have a reference point for it, and it doesn't make sense, and it doesn't even have input to you. It doesn't make impact to you because you're not connected to that experience. It's out of your reference point. So thank you. How was that? Was that fun?
Yeah, it's good.
SRI on the bed.
SRI
Somatorespiratory integration, we call it body mindfulness somewhat, you know. So I'm really done speaking at the moment. I don't want to say anything else right now. Does anyone else want to say anything? Want to ask me anything?
That was really nice, thank you.
Oh, to watch that?
For what?
To watch?
No, to listen to you.
Oh, to listen to
It was
me?
great,
Oh,
thank you very much.
you're welcome.
It's very, it seems like a blend of, like, I think of, there were a lot of things you said that made me think of the Four Noble Truths.
Uh-huh,
You know, about habitual reactivity and,
yes,
you
yes,
know, how we habituate.
yes.
Not to push things away, and that's really,
So no matter what tradition you're talking from,
right,
if it's truth,
yeah,
it will find an intersection
Absolutely,
point and
yes.
you find how to, relatedness. I think the difference in what my experience has been through the years of working with the nervous system and the body is not that things can't happen other ways, and I mentioned that before. They certainly can, because a lot of spiritual teachers and everything have taught you can go about it. I think the piece that I feel is so powerful in my perspective of working with people is that when you bring the body along, it allows the application of those truths to be available to be worked with a little more effortlessly. It's not that you still don't have to do the work, you do. But just, it becomes more of an effortless participation because you're not fighting your defense physiology, your history at the same time as you're wanting to grow and shift. And I find that when the body is holding a lot of history, listen, you can become an extraordinary soul and beam out with a normal body. That happens. And I'm not to say that those things don't happen. I think for most people though, when the nervous system has been engaged in such a way for protection, it's sort of like trying to go both directions at the same time. So I just think that when you do bring the body along, you kind of turn one side so that you just have more fuel going for you. It's not that you have to do it that way, but the body has become quite an access point for spirit and quite an access point for wholeness and integration. And it just can make things move. How would you add something? Would you say something to that?
Well, effortless is, really resonated with me because moving through things is just a lot less effort and a lot less energy.
I would agree with that.
Yeah. And again, you don't have that reference point until you have it, right?
Yeah,
So
that's right.
it's not something you can convince somebody. It's something that has to be experienced. And then once you have your body available, you still do the work that you do. Like if you have spiritual practice or you have other things you do, you still engage that way. You still work with that. But you find that you can read into yourself a little more in flow with life itself.
Hey.
Hi. Yeah. So where are we? Are we like an hour in? I've like lost time completely.
so now we're,
An hour in? Look at that. So is this uncomfortable for you? Because you could sit back up a little bit if it is. I'm just gonna get some water. And did you come to hear anything in particular?
Hi, Matt.
I do.
Hi, Teresa.
I'm Judy.
I do.
Nice to meet you.
Matt, Teresa.
Matt, Teresa, Lisa, Donna. This is Lisa's friend,
Darren.
Barrett. One big happy family here. Yeah.
Can I plug Teresa for a second? She's running for office. I'm gonna plug her for a second. She's running for office.
Running for office.
I'm going to be the first woman to represent the Congressional North.
Excellent. Congratulations.
It's been-
And someone who's done a tremendous amount of community service.
I've had fun. I've had fun in service to by hanging out with tribes and Pueblos and affordable housing.
But your election doesn't come to 2020, right? Okay, it wasn't in the fifth.
No, that was local.
Right, that's what I thought.
So I'll be there when we vote Trump out of office and vote a whole bunch of amazing other people in.
Have you ever done a stump speech from the dead?
Yeah. That's right. There's lots of
But it would really be interesting how it changed what it does. Because I do talk about love in my stump speech a lot. I say love 5 times in the first 3 sentences.
That's awesome.
So that's, yeah. So that's regulated, but.
What area is the congressional north?
It's, basically, if you draw a donut around Albuquerque and you, like, I-40 this way and everything up, so.
Everything up from I-40 to the border?
Yeah, so like I was in
Whoa.
Clovis and Portales on Tuesday and I was in Gallup yesterday. And so it's,
Wow,
That's
that's
the
a big
size of-
area.
it's the size of Pennsylvania.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. Which means it's everything from, peanut farmers in Clovis and Portales to Navajo families who can't get to, the little kids can't get to school because the bridges are so weak that the school buses can't get over the bridges. So they have to walk the little kids to where the school buses can go. So issues around, yes, lots of sad issues around poverty and
Yeah.
and our failure to really pay attention to what we need to thrive, right?
I'm coming to the edge of the bed. It's a little too weird sitting back there.
So how long have we been sitting now? How long have we been in bed?
We've been an hour already. And did some exercise,
Uh-huh.
connecting to the body. I talked about presence and connection. You guys going?
We're just starving. That's
Oh,
what
have
sugar
dinner.
stops.
Thanks for being here.
And cheese.
Cheese, I brought cheese just in case, but it's not doing the trick.
No, you gotta feed yourself. Very good.
I'll meet you, so
And anybody else who wants to show up, I think we're gonna try find our house couple text you.
text me.
And we're gonna. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Peace. There you guys move up.
Thanks for being here.
Hey. Thanks for coming. Come on in.
You missed this?
How do we miss
Oh, how do we miss this? Okay, text me. Well, that's it's so nice to meet you. Yeah. What? Oh, yes.
How much longer?
Tomorrow night is our last night. Yeah, so you missed Kay last night.
Yeah. Just meeting.
Oh, yeah.
It's a unusual venue. For me, it's I mean, we still have this segment, it's still on, text on 50. Nice to see you. Oh, yes. To speak with you. Talk about what I talk about, being authentic. You know?
Right. What we doing?
All right, yes, so that's ours too.
Enjoy your day.
So tell me what you do again. Okay.
Tomorrow, I don't even remember, Audrey in the morning, and then Greg in the evening. Oh, Tommy, yeah, and then us. Yeah, we're at Tom's.
We're close.
Good, that's right.
I know we used to work
Oh, nothing. It
That one's
doesn't
just-
go anywhere.
Oh,
I mean,
that's
it
just
does-
a fake. Oh, no, it's a real thing.
It does, but it doesn't.
Doesn't do anything, it's just design.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're coming.
Yeah.
The rest of us.
Doesn't seem like
It's a
it.
nice.
How are you?
It was just- I mean, it's just- It doesn't say any tickets.
So fast, and now it's been kind of slow.
I just wonder about that. I mean, it's like, it's like some photos. Yeah, I think that's close, right?
Why not?
Oh, it's up there? No, it's like down. But I could be wrong. We're gonna find out, right?
No shoes
We've
here.
got the bed for another 15 minutes. Let's go use it. And it's on YouTube. Live stream. And what partly what this is besides what I did talk about when I talked about, but I said, but just come and be real. Come and let's have juicy conversations.
So is it
Who we are in our hearts. It's nice, yeah. It's both it. It's both.
My shoes.
It's not like that. Be invited up.
Is that the St. Francis?
Let me, say hi to you all.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming.
Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I love what you're about. I know. She's gonna be very
Brave and courageous. And
Is that, that's right about it? But I mean, it's 5-10 minutes away, right? It's a good.
You give them a
You can wait. Down there off the pond.
It's for the charity project, it's a cake and pieces. But it's really, I saw a video, a bunch of cellos and bass, you know, very.
I'll text you tomorrow. You're in town February 9th? But you're good friends.
My town can do it.
Do I? Tina and Mark and I, and it's Diana and Mary.
I'm really going to.
Yes, it's your last name. So that's what they're ready.
Why are we going at 9? Why didn't?
So Stephen, have you been following what's been going on here? Do you have any clue?
Okay, that's good enough.
So basically what we did is we started on
right,
October
guys, thank
24th,
you.
and we're going until tomorrow night. It's been a month, Thursday through Saturday, and we've offered 2-hour time slots to members of the community to stage a bed whatever they want in honor of peace, in honor of Johnny Yoko, to raise awareness for voting and blah, 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 to give people, artists, a chance to be the art they want to see in the world. And it's been
I'll try to see you
extraordinary.
tomorrow. What are you doing? Here's my.
You have to new light. You're saying you both look fabulous.
Little village with nothing else there.
I know.
She's making you step up your game, dude. Except that says it. It's a- But it's beautiful. Yeah.
Bye.
Hi.
Hi, Janine.
How are you?
the plane,
You missed Kate last night.
I had it towards parties.
No, she was good.
I'm sure she was. I was so upset. I didn't miss it.
Yeah, I know. She
Michael
was great.
Strauss is so
Right.
good.
Well, you should have seen him, he's working with this tiny little.
Oh, wait, you're telling me something, right?
He goes so fast.
I
I mean, she didn't have to hold us, and she was very, she was very.
Yes, yes. And, you know, he does check in.
You know, it's like,
Yes,
how's your
yes.
back doing? Well, but she was in one of those things,
Yes.
well, that could be.
hurting her back, but she
See, I read that
I
like
could
years
tell she was
ago,
on.
and I loved that book. Then like 10 years later, they made a movie.
Full different.
They do. But you know, I mean, that's-
Well, I don't think we have to pick up the chair. None of the boys can do it. Yeah, every girl can do it.
You ever seen that?
No. I've never seen that part. I didn't.
Wow.
Okay.
No, it's,
What do you decide that you're gonna run?
but just bend over and pick up the chair. I don't even, you know, it's something really bad. I think it's hinging at the hips.
Yeah. Yeah, well, this one, I thought we had to like have our head on the,
What?
like our forehead on a wall and then, I forget what it was, but it was just like impossible. This is in high school, I put like on the basketball football team, none of us could do it.
I'm here to.
Then of course, the nerdy little girls, all that just go. Crush.
It's the rebel that says there's really people. Let's do it. We may have to like ruffle some feathers, literally doing it, from your own skin, doing it, but you have no other choice. Because it has to be done. And this part of it's a soul. It's a soul.
That's really
awesome. Yeah, you don't choose it. You know you have to do it.
If you
Stand for
see,
something.
Yeah.
And so I see other things. I'm not. I don't. But I have very high vision.
things, containers, that's okay.
Oh,
I get what you
Just
Nice.
when you're talking yourself down into the ground, I'm gonna say.
There's something going on.
Get yourself up, let's go for it, and it's like a very passionate fierce love.
Oh, that's great,
Yeah.
Darren.
You have to be really.
Oh, that's so exciting.
Really, is it kind of a respiratory thing?
I have to
Restrict to that, though, and know your attacks.
Catch up on.
Go through that.
Wow.
So I see.
I know.
Well, no, I do, it's the nervous system, brain nervous system, so it's in the body, but it's.
Well, yeah, yesterday, and yesterday,
So everyone's out like that,
visit,
Oh, yeah.
and we sat at some really cool chairs and
No, I just am using those terms as it impacts just the whole. This is but it wakes you up to they just keep your stress at the same time, it doesn't get filthy, it doesn't get clean in a way where it's energized.
But like
So
when
they
they-
actually, which the whole body, but
I know. Yeah, I just really like it. I have to play, I have to just.
it's, I know, and that is like, yeah, but there's a side towards it, right, that's coughing.
Darren's dream office.
We've got my community is that.
Just that now, just in a chair.
No, he's all laying down. I had him down for like 15 minutes. I did exercises now. And then talked, we're still on. And like, we have another. But I'm just like, for me, I said, I'll talk about what I talk about. And then for me, let's have like authentic conversation.
I am.
It's like straight myself. And we know that the magic of who we are is ever present. Right. I don't, it's ever present. You don't have to ask, and we're always, we don't always. Yeah. We don't.
I do have a lot of I have some, I'll take a photo together last year and send it to you. But, that way you'll know.
No matter what.
Okay.
Like really smooth, kind of.
That's it.
Yeah.
Right. Because what I do is I have you ever able to analyze if your body's in like a mild or what we call stress physical.
Ghosting
And then
images.
history, the flu, it can get you through.
I think she's awesome.
It could be
He has, what
stressors. And there's like signs of how your body.
Yeah.
Show that. I've only had and have had the first
kind of old.
That's chapter, just like.
Not a, this is.
I can't go, but It was just like some week, but now it's like, I mean, now it's sick, we just.
No, no, that's what I said.
Where did you
A
play?
lot of stuff.
It is, but you know him, right?
I mean, amazing.
Plus, you.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, you should see it. It's incredible. Then he had the basic, which is usually from. And what is
But we used this going on saying, yes, she actually said, and also, if you want to do this, yeah. So I it was something I did.
Yeah, so it's data.
Now here, I know. I keep saying, yeah. Well, that's what I do. I as soon as I come to the spirit open myself to this but I just say yes.
Yeah.
So I just yes, without having any worries like on mind of like I sent it out today. Then we was actually and that you don't get your own things. And it's my life. And I guess I want to share I love this woman. I know she doesn't know her that scene yet. I know.
Then he died.
I heard her. And she didn't know yet like what I do. She was starting to
Yeah, office chair.
Yes. I'm grateful. It's what those, yeah.
But it's not a permanent military. It is?
Two sides.
You have a permanent military? Where is that?
Like setting things.
Oh, wow. Maybe so.
Yeah, I had this guy.
So it's all this stuff.
Yeah.
And two,
This is how it's selling, how yeah.
that's my. And I have this. Right, exactly.
Good.
So.
That's good.
All from those like.
I called Anne, by the way. She's already like, that's how I answer. I'm gonna go to I called
I decided to sell her this Darren Bottom next to the hospital. And so then he found that tape.
I'm sorry,
Well, that's not.
Whatever.
Oh, I like, she said, you know, it's maybe like, hey, it's supposed to, you know, what a beautiful spot. And I don't think that she.
Has she seen it? Did you send her?
I'm gonna go watch her about it. And I love it that it's, you know, like that part of it.
Yeah, she had people submit a word.
He has a very good.
I love her. You know, have you been to her house?
So after
She
she
started
put the
creating
tape
phrases.
he would take a photo and send it to her.
Sure.
And then
Well,
she was
she
one
had
of
a
the.
picture.
I had to.
Yes,
absolutely. She was in our house. And it was really cool to see that.
How did it get photos?
Well, I actually see it on my business on Facebook.
Yeah, it's actually on the.
Oh, I see.
On Facebook.
Well, it's on the page that she posted for the poetry reading, that's.
Oh,
So it was around.
I bet it's.
you guys can feel it.
I got to see.
Because she's got the chairs. She's like.
That's one thing.
Ew.
You can talk, your body is going.
I love how she's so honest.
Yes.
Philosophical
That's
trauma.
awesome.
You know, when I was telling you, they were all just. My God.
put up and I said,
You know, we should have done this.
And this was just made up of these words.
Just
Yeah, I
like
did
a
that.
bed like this and chat. We didn't do that.
Did you guys share?
it was
Yeah.
really interesting,
She's the only one that'll put up with me.
receptive, vice versa. The small community now to this concept of not talking from here, but talking from here. And, you know, they're pretty good in the political campaign. 80%.
Yes.
So strange, then we went to Gallup and it was more of a city.
Oh, okay.
We did everything was changed.
That's amazing.
It was really
Feels
interesting.
weird.
Yeah, and it was so interesting.
Well, and it was kind of,
That
there were
day.
3 or 4
Darren
of
was
us
on
at
TV
one point,
You know,
she was collaborating with a few people, but there were like, there were words that I've done all focus on this one, and they were kind of, she was leading them to be in sort of order, and I was phrasing them. Sometimes, you know, I would ask her, I should write those down, just give me 3 words, and I always put hands on our
Kind of the same shit.
or
Very
dreaded, sometimes they're individuals, and
Except it was so, it was like you busted diamond, rubies. It was crazy. I saw that and I was like, oh my God, Tana! So
They're very curious, you know,
Yeah.
they push across the boundary.
and so I saw that and I said, I have to get a photo, but they wouldn't let me go. I was trying to go get the photos of Dragon's Dawn and oh, well, what about that chick? We covered that. I'm like, so next time I will get a photo of that dragon.
The original thing was on the
I was of age in that era.
The furniture is gorgeous and soft, like the art and accessories. The shoes doesn't go up.
it's what they should all be about.
Like there's art.
It's just as what I understand.
So I said,
Like watch politics all the time. And
There's-
absence. And
There's the dragon,
It's
the dragon is
interesting
awesome,
time
they
to
go
go back
back
to
to
the nice
the
experiences,
the
election days, the backdrop.
and art that is
So
as diverse as you can be.
Yeah, well, what's interesting is when very nice. He's absolutely so.
It's the
And I
what I
love
love,
yeah, so we
it's
know,
interesting.
so what, how does the
Things,
position questions, so how.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have to say,
That's it.
I don't know
And
what it
people
is.
that
think we can
that
do
easily.
So is that without?
I'm hitting some openers, yeah.
So basically,
But
and it's.
you know, that's an interesting thing because,
Yeah. 35 to 40%.
She was
Say,
Yeah, I
someone
wasn't for sure.
on-
and there's so many other.
It's like 20%.
So, but there's this like,
sometimes there's actually something.
we have to walk through to get from one end of town. Sometimes it's not something like, it really doesn't make sense. And there's one office, which he even has
So it's really.
by the master. And then his office could be exercise. That's what I think.
Otherwise, it's like, why would they?
But I'm gonna suggest,
Or
Well, that's
Who
all.
was it?
Just so that's
Who they
not-
don't
that's
know
not
what
why,
to do.
that's-
Exactly.
But that's exactly, that's very clear. That's whatever the conversation. It's not to wait up exercise, even yeah, because people other, they actually have a disagreement.
I think that's absolutely doable.
And then it happens, and I find myself, you know, trying to nurses, want to kind of just attend to parties and talk about myself.
Bistro table in there, with just all the chairs, and sitting there and have a drink, I mean, that's where the wine is.
Did you get me?
That's where the bar is, that's where his conjunct is, and all the special glasses.
I share up there with some people to actually.
Oh, yeah, that. Let's unpack those boxes first.
Many of my son-in-law who actually do care a lot and do
In the
Did Tom Hankins do
Yeah.
anything?
Yeah, he has come yet.
Very few. Because everybody got press releases and, so some decided it was gonna be.
Yeah.
And interestingly, enough too, we have.
And, she didn't
So
want
when
to
we first started that group.
She told me that.
Yeah.
She said that he wanted to,
And then
and she didn't.
even they
And
want.
so
and
he
we
told us that whatever she wants to do in this house,
6 people, had
it's
6
for
people
her.
that we signed up for us to actually work with it.
But
And we got the 6 people.
every time she
And,
says, I want to do this, I want to do that, just like,
you know, now they're writing the stone for this. And so as people come in,
you really need to think about that, because that's, yeah, you really need to think
you know,
about
it's
that,
hard
because I
to
don't really think that's what you want. I think you might want to.
Everybody assumed that they would be naked and
I was like,
you know, and then the funny thing, people were most outspoken about wanting to see something racy happen.
And so, you know, he likes her, and I know
It's sort of, but
He's
it's like, because we've
This
decided
is really
to ways to
weird.
engage with the curtains. You know, yesterday when Michael was and he had to we had curtains, how you could see through when it was diffused, but
Yeah.
it wasn't suitable for our audiences.
Right.
really, so he really, like, Bergen and I both noticed,
We just
and they have different kinds of fishes.
so far, almost everybody
And
was chosen, and everybody did.
one of the
all
times
with
he
us.
said, this is Lisa wanted an electric fire, so they had this, there wasn't enough wood burning press, but when they tried.
This is right.
It filled the house with smoke, it's like a multi-million-dollar house.
Yeah, even like
And,
this was just.
so she doesn't want to mess with that, she wants
Electric?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I went to the Spagnola to speak with
so
Everybody, because we're
he
so
said,
clumsy.
okay, so if she gets that, I just hire her.
And then I just,
Anything
I
like
got
that.
to.
Because if it doesn't work,
Enjoy the rest of your life.
you're gonna mess with
Stay
me.
Ah, what's that?
He said.
We dodged a bullet as the whole country, half, 2/3 of it. You did good.
She said.
It's gonna be nice for next week. Yeah.
Oh, good. Well, I'm
Like
good.
60-ish.
It's very interesting.
When I'm at Easton, hopefully they're.
I'm also. Yes, I'm also a manager.
Oh.
It's interesting. And when you have to choose sides, that's really, that's really. And I know, but I've had girls, women,
Like, we couldn't even get to college today. Yeah, it was like, but there was that.
stuff, skirts, and I'm like, come on, you don't understand.
And I think that's.
You can't do that. We're working with usually a man. And you don't want him like oogling,
At this point, yes.
right? You want to be serious about this. And, I mean,
That's fun, but.
But there's, it's really
Cassandra.
difficult to see what's going around. And you know, if Biden is it, I will assume they vote for him.
But I'm not really excited.
I'm not excited about
I'm not gonna be moved and I'm not gonna.
He's not a.
Amber,
Yes.
yes. But, you know, Amber worked in the office.
Yeah.
And really,
You know, I mean, I like him.
but like, if it's somebody that's gonna be meeting with the clients, I'm like, you really need to,
You know.
you know, we had one gal, Cassandra, oh my goodness, I was constantly having to bring her into my office.
He's my pick, but he'll never make it.
No, but the fact that he's done so
Those
much in the
pants.
conversation.
Or days,
But it's, oh, there's so many.
stilettos, like,
Now it's
that
like really.
is not gonna work.
You know, like the guy from Massachusetts. It's like, you
It's like, I
Six
appreciate
months
your
ago,
desire
you
to.
And he's like, I went to hear people.
We don't,
Make an effort.
we don't even have a polar. So,
After all.
yeah, I mean, constantly,
And so, yeah.
and that wasn't the only one, there's been others, but
You know, you don't
one
want
interior
to
designer,
you know, and he puts it
she was
in a framework
really,
of a value.
she didn't
Of
dress provocative.
And then, you know,
She was really good, so she
That's
ran off with one of her clients.
You know.
Yeah, she's still married.
Look at what's natural.
Yeah, you have to be careful.
Yeah. I think a lot of us.
And then this is intimate, like you find stuff out about,
Do you have a favorite?
I mean,
It's
that
so
you don't.
on the top.
Yeah.
It's in a drawer.
At the same time, but social justice issues.
So anyway,
Yeah, I think we all.
careful and respectful. Absolutely.
We were.
That goes along with.
2 days.
Oh,
And then we were.
Your son, there's no one.
yeah.
Yeah. And you know that. But when you get in, it's really happy to make that shit. Right, you start having concessions, and you have to work along with everybody, and that's what.
Exactly. You know, once you got in.
Foreign birds, recognition, you know,
Foreign birds.
information.
Right,
that
right.
most of us have.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's, Afghanistan, you know, do all that stuff, and he got voted out and out of sleep. Right.
You might spend the night.
And shut down Guantanamo, that was the big thing, absolutely shutting down Guantanamo.
What it is.
That didn't
You should
happen.
just ask
So he
him.
found out something there. But this is the thing, it's
Actually, we can't shut it down now, you know why? I just heard just because the CIA,
I like that.
the CIA.
That'd be a fun chair to sit and read or meditate, right? That is very nice.
So they have to,
So they, that's the reason why they're not shutting down.
oh my God. You guys taking off?
I don't
Taking off? Yeah,
What time is it?
I don't know. Okay, thank you.
You gotta get back on the
No, I think this was sending in there. Peace for the people.
The war is over.
Good.
Get together.
Yeah, definitely. I'll do another dinner at some point.
Whisper words of wisdom.
I brought like a batch of exquisite fruits. You have to lay your eyeballs.
Oh, okay.
Oh
You have to
my
fix
God.
this bed, you know.
And you need to go.
So part of office, what are you doing?
It's in the
Fixing the bed.
The light.
It's very nice to meet you.
Yeah, well, it's good. So.
Hope to see you again.
Southwest facing.
Yeah.
It's that
Well,
Alabama.
we're having a dinner.
It was so
Maybe around the-
I think that's my daughter.
Just enjoy your sort of dinner.
It was really
Maybe I'll come to the award. That'd be awesome. Yes, I
As a
would.
guest.
Absolutely.
Yes. You're gonna have that sweet water, I think.
Yeah, they were, and it was.
I hope so.
I hope it all works out.
Yeah, I hope so.
For that.
That'll be wonderful.
Yeah, so that'll be good.
Actually, when you get to be more, they can.
There you go. Beautiful.
Okay, you too. You be safe, okay?
No, absolutely.
Drive carefully.
Were you able to make it?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean.
I know it is.
Yeah, you really, I mean, you gotta.
Yeah, fix it sometime.
Okay, yes. Oh, good. Thank you, Darren.
Bye.
Bye.
I'm going to push it. Actually, it is. Oh, yeah, that's separate. I just let them out.
You're not the first person.
I let it come out what needed to come out.
So, we're talking about this.
Lisa's fixing.
I can't help it.
Yeah, no, he decided that he liked some of the pieces.
Nancy.
Anyway, there was some huge and stuff, so he likes some of the pieces a lot. So,
Yeah, it is. Naomi says,
You are.
This is a British guy.
Oh my goodness. That's so nice.
And they had a closet, so,
Yeah.
Yeah, and then one day I heard up and he was like, "This is black and white." It was like, he was very interested in just like it. Maybe thinking about
Did you take any of the sculptures out, or are they great place to try?
But it isn't government.
Walk-ins.
What they were talking about was
And I
the
sit down under
travel shows.
Right.
Oh, yeah, you drove that.
But I don't really put that same
Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you for having us. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Thank you, darling.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming and hanging out with us. Look, the world needs a group of just style,
Thank you. So I was gonna.
right?
There's your. Where'd you go? So my son's turned 20. And he's a Case Western. Wrestling tournament, Ohio wrestling.
I like wrestling.
He's gonna be- That's like a 20-second bid.
Wow.
He clearly did that because he'll show us for me.
How does that happen, right? Yeah.
That's my proud mom.
Oh, that's awesome. I love wrestling. I really do.
Yeah, it's great. Except for the whole force.
Pretty much at this point.
Well,
I didn't.
that is so cool.
Oh, my goodness.
I know, 20 seconds. Oh, you're done.
And
Oh my God.
there's your balloons. So this is my favorite part of it, reference his arm here.
I
And then he
know.
walks over and Lisa, coach. He walks over and just coach a big wink.
So adorable. So good.
I'm sorry we missed the beginning of it.
Well, maybe you can get it on YouTube.
Yeah, you guys are streaming live right now.
We're
still there.
We're still there.
YouTube is season.
There's some, my hair.
That's right. We should go with like adjust our crotches or something. There's a camera.
So, yes.
What is that?
We just have a different,
So you guys live in town?
There's so much.
everything has its place.
You are? I'm not.
So that's what you see here.
I'm not a skier. My idea of winter sport is hot tub.
It's contact sport.
And fire, watch the snowfall.
But it's coming, man. It's coming.
Yeah.
Thank you. Congratulations.
You said, she said,
I'm going to be, I declared it, it shall come into existence.
So I'm saying.
So thank you. Yes. Congratulations to my faith. Yeah,
That's good.
I'm with you, thank you. Thank you for bringing me back to like the right words.
So, April says.
My cousin.
Really, that's.
Oh, that's actually a good one, that's a very good
It's a
one.
possibility.
On to those places where, you know,
Okay, well, I'm gonna take off. It was really nice to meet you. I hope
Oh, great. Sorry we missed the first, the baby.
Yes.
Or relaxing.
Yeah.
Works
That's
dinner,
good.
in December.
My
My office, we order, we have whole workshops and all that. It's going on.
That's true.
Yes, this is.
Oh, yes, thank you.
We just need to go out to dinner, and it's awards.
Is it ready back to good one?
No.
We do a little talk and then we
What a good guy.
It's a community thing, I'd like you to come, but Okay.
Bye.
Nice to meet you.
Did you see the, here's the numbers, people?
Yes.
So we're actually having it.
Just send it in.
I'll send you, I think it's on the 9th. Oh, that'd be great. Oh, that'd be so good. Oh, yeah.
I'm just in charge of handing out.
It's good, you're good for something, Matt.
Something.
But I want to invite you to also to our awards dinner. I send it to the awards dinner in December. If you're around, I'd like to invite you as a guest. You're my guest. Yeah, no,
Please,
because she's gonna come, because she's one of my star VIPs. So if you can, I'd love to have you come, it's Sweetwater.
Which is great, yeah, oh my God, that's so good.
I'll give her like invites to you guys. I'd love you to come and just like do a talk and have people like celebrate them. You know, and everything. So, all right, but I'll give, and I want to come and see this.
Yeah, let's schedule this. Just give me an hour.
I will give you a call. I'm actually because I'm
Okay. Are you gonna go for everybody or?
No.
No, I'm putting an order to get loaded.
Are you serious? Because I can't, well, it's,
I'll have to check my stash and.
Sorry.
It's funny, that's the last time
we were at certain.
Yeah, some places, right, today, like,
So this has been such, thank you for being so supportive of this. It's been so interesting to see the people who got it, just really got it.
I know.
okay, so you got rid of that, okay?
Like all the people
Oh, you got rid of that?
really
Okay.
grabbed me is like the sense of realness and
But it didn't work.
authenticity. That's the bottom line. And it's like what I talk about when I'm at the training, I was going to say it, and when it was done, it was scary. But it's just, but then what emerges out of that has to be like what emerges is the authentic links that happen after that happens.
Yeah, it's been extraordinary and where I've watched it over the course of the month is people coming off the street.
Doug,
Does
does he have any interest in the D-rated courthouse?
Because there's something.
It was that's on course.
That just puts people in.
I think she is
Demand for.
courthouse.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's kind of like all the centrals, they're normally walking to a contemporary area.
But I was just, I see the same
You know,
issue.
and also the beds there, so
Awesome.
invites
Okay,
them to bring
last
themselves to the
the
conversation.
last time I
It's
was there,
really one is.
see,
The next one who's coming, assuming she shows up, which I think she will, is just somebody who walked across the street. So we'll see what she was so moved by, I think she's in there, and she was like, she had to help do gorgeous.
oh my God, that's the first time I've done it. And I know, it's really beautiful, actually.
And how extensive, you know, we did Silverton and Earache and Ridgeway and Telluride and then we went back to, we spent a night in Ridgeway.
Yeah, no, just,
It's magnificent.
it's beautiful, it's beautiful.
Oh,
It's so nice.
if you take off before I get back, are you gonna take off a second? One more minute? Wait, okay, wait. When? Oh,
Nigel.
It's funny. Last week.
Oh, really?
And we were, he came down to us and I'm Santa Fe. And I stuck here and, you know, we were
talking on the phone and emailing, and then we just kind of, well, you know, it's kind of too long. So then I just sort of disappeared from the scene. And I broke up with him. He just got in touch with me. It's right.
Okay, it is.
But like something, I don't know what it was, ESP or whatever it was.
The
He said,
ESP.
You recognize that when I disappeared, that, you know, he was like, oh, freak out. So we decided that distance wasn't an issue. So I go up there and he comes down and to the trail. It's not bad drugs, come in and
Yeah, and it's really pretty, and basically then you're spending quality time together, you don't.
But you know, for me, it's actually works really well because
You don't play.
I'm totally monogamous. I'm a very loyal person. I mean,
You don't know, he's not in your mix all the time.
right. I have a hard time. It's just.
You need me time.
I need me time. Right. I need, you know, I'm an introvert, so I need time.
An artiste. Well, do let him know that your fan base would sound big. Make it clear that if you get a dude moving together, his ass is moving.
Stay here.
Right.
But the cabinet, you keep the place up there so that we can all go up and visit.
Or
So-
when we get the dough, we have a place to crash.
What's the, it's not a either or. Why is it an and or?
You're correct. You're correct.
So that's why you keep the boat.
Right? It's an and or. You know, I kind of like the distance.
Durango is one of those places that like, you know, if we do become Sonoran Desert, Durango is on my show.
Right.
Yeah, although I will become Sonoran Desert.
Yeah. So I just want to say, you look really familiar to me too. I run into people that look so familiar to me. Have we ever met?
Where you from?
Well, here, 28 years, but New York. Could have been like you know how
Santa
it is
Fe is
here.
small.
Yeah,
Sure.
you look so like familiar, like I ran into you once before. But anyways, nice to meet you. You're an artist.
It's true. It's
Yeah,
true.
okay, yeah, that's good.
And we'll let act like Sakanina.
An acolyte of Nina?
She's my girl.
And I get to work with her.
Yeah. So you have to come over and clean for some.
Oh, I'd like to see Prince. I don't know what kind of Prince, but I'd love to do that. Wow, that'd be cool, right?
They're really beautiful. They're really beautiful. It is, because you know, I'd seen the prints he had up there, and he said, oh, he was like that sharp. And then, of course, I saw all of the sculptures coming in and being in the faces, and then they're just like this, but really interesting. And then he puts the eyes in, and it's like, oh my God, I mean, it's true. He had said
They're
it.
spooky, aren't they?
They're beautiful once the eyes come in, and then all of a sudden they get transformed into something else, and then he decides that that's not really what he wants, and before you know it, and they become, but then once he got.
I love the description.
Yeah, and then.
Because it's so accurate to any art process. It's like, we do this, no, that's not.
No, and so you can, I mean, there was like one set, he sent me a photo of one, Guerrero del Rio, and it was like, wow. He goes, no, it's not finished, and I went back, and it was something different, and it was like, no,
It's not ready yet.
and, but then to see them on, like printed on that aluminum, it's such a, wow, like, this is really fantastic. But then the way they look on that aluminum, they get.
They get less creepy once they're.
No, it's
Not
not
both sides,
creepy
is it?
at all. Neither one was creepy, is that they just get, it's a completely other.
It's a different life.
It's a different life, and it's their own life, and they draw you in a different way. And to watch the people reacting, I mean, I loved being there because the people were just drawn to it. So they were, and you'd see them being pulled to, it's anvil, right?
Yeah, it's
They would be pulled to the sculptures, and And, you know, and I even took a picture of one because they were like wanting to go all the way around the sculpture because it's got its own.
It's all dimensional.
Yes, and it's got this stuff happening back here, and they wanted to be able to experience it. And then they, you know, stare at the stuff on, you know, the pictures on the wall, so it's really neat. The sculptures are all gone, but the photos on the wall are still there in this house, so really.
You should see how I work on people. I think your artist eye would be like, whoa, it's multi-dimensional. And you may see things like how you perceive the body in an even more like interesting way. It may offer some perspective.
That's
Do you
interesting.
think? Yeah, don't you think? Judy works on 4 people at a time, and you literally watch when she's, because she's like an artist, it's a dance. And, you know, sometimes I'm one of the people on the table, and I have to like look over. And it's, we're permeable. We're physical and energetic, and so we're permeable, and so there's these different dimensions that show up like almost palpably from this to the work that this is. I don't think I can just put a artist's eye. I really do think so. I don't, you know what I'm saying? It's so cool to see bodies. Definitely different. Definitely better now. Definitely like progressed.
Hasn't it? Yeah, it looks like it just a bit.
It's so
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
I'm Matt.
Matt?
Yeah.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Hello, I'm Vanessa.
Vanessa.
Morgan.
Nice to meet you.
Are you guys next up?
We are.
Oh,
So, can you?
Go see Morgan. Who's here to support us.
Oh, okay. Cool. I might pop out and invite you back. See what you guys are.
Oh, cool. All right. Yeah. We live.
You're already live.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's hard to see.
Yeah, no, it is, that's something that nurtures you.
Thank you.
Thanks
for sharing your listening on.
Oh, okay.
I hope to, in some way, carry.
I just figured out socialize and put up, it's off the top of my head. Take sure I watch you. That's the thing.
So we've been making little.
Okay.
Self and what Happy Beautiful is, and so you are using the next 2 hours,
Okay.
and then tell my story before I do anything else.
Gotcha.
Is that,
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Do you want a sign? You don't have to have.
because I also brought like a couple whiteboards, and I was even just gonna put Happy Beautiful on one of them, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
I mean, that could be,
I could just put that on the sign.
okay,
That would be beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay.
sounds good.
Fantastic. And I'm like, we got.
It was a couple weeks ago, or something, Lily. Yeah. Well, good. I'm very, I'm improvisational.
Well, and I have one thing that our friends, what I'll say is that, the attendance is completely random and completely unpredictable. So, people might wander in, and we've set up some, promotion, so, we'll see what happens. I'll be here. And, I'll just sit here unless you want me to sit somewhere else.
oh, you can see wherever you want. I have a couple of songs that I'd like to play. Yes. Points, kind of. It's really loose.
Yeah.
But is that fine?
That's totally fine. Is it something you will be performing, or you want to have it over the sound system, or?
Yeah, no, I'm not performing in the sense of like singing or playing.
Right.
I love to dance, I love to sing and all of that, but I'm not, I've never taken lessons in anything, but I'm gonna probably do a little bit of all of that.
That's great, that's great. The only kind of caveat, and we have ways around it, is that because we're streaming live, YouTube will cut us if we do any, are there any copyright infringements? So if it's music that belongs to somebody else, then our workaround is to just turn the sound down. But then the people out in Never Land, all 5 of them who are watching, well, we'll be able to hear that. So you sort of, and I think that Connor can, we can have a segment where we turn it off if you want to do a song and then turn it back on. Anyway,
they all happen to be 3 really popular mainstream media songs, basically.
Yeah.
And so
we can do that.
We can totally do the turn down.
Either, do them, if you want to just kind of let us know, and then we can turn down the mic before we're about to do it, and we won't get in trouble. And we won't get,
I thought about that, and then I didn't really think about that, and I was like, I'm gonna wonder about that, actually. And I believe I had watched, I've been tuning in, I can put my stuff anywhere, but I've been tuning in on Saturdays and whatnot, and I've had segments where it's like, oh, there's no sound. What's going on?
Yeah.
For a long period of time, and
That's
people were like moving around. And
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it was, so that's it.
Yeah, that was the issue. We also got knocked off yesterday because we had a live model that was being drawn by an artist, and so we got knocked off for nudity.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Even though the curtains were closed and the public, it was just in here.
Oh, damn.
Just the
Yeah, they do
others
some-
watching all the time.
They censor language a little bit too, I've noticed.
Censor language.
Yeah, so no F-bomb. It's fine.
Really? Like they have a bleeper thing that, like an algorithm that.
They must. Yeah, I just heard other content creators mention it before, so they can't just totally drop the F-bomb or what else? That's all I can think of.
Well, the times that I'm gonna play this, have the music it's really easy. It's like right after I tell my story, we'll have a song.
Okay.
I'll
And so
do
what
some-
Connor, what Morgan's saying is that, when she wants to play these songs, we might need to have her cue us, and then we'll just turn the mic off, and then we'll turn the mic back on.
Right. Do you want us to play them through the sound system, or did you bring?
I didn't bring anything.
Yeah, we can do it over the sound system. It might just be like, the cue just will be slightly delayed, because I'll have to run it back. With the song, turn on the speakers.
Yeah,
Probably pull up on YouTube, and I think there'll probably be an advertisement that plays first, usually. I don't know if you have YouTube.
Well, what, I have Apple Music, if it's on there, I can just play it on there.
They're probably, they're three pretty mainstream songs.
Yeah, if you write them down.
Okay.
In order, I can just, I'll get you some paper.
Okay. I got this extra whiteboard today because I have a couple small ones because I teach English as a second language online. But I was like, well, you can't see these, but they'll still be useful.
Yeah.
You can kind of
Very
see
cool.
it. So I plan on writing some things.
You are prepared. This is awesome.
I keep saying as prepared as I'll ever be because I don't know what to expect.
Right.
From myself either.
There you go.
To an extent.
That's actually a very authentic place to live from.
Actually, that is something I enjoyed from the last performance. What was her name?
The woman who was just here? Judy.
Judy.
Sure.
Something she kind of started with, and she started talking about like her uncomfortableness and doing this and not knowing what to expect. And I could totally relate.
Yeah.
And then going from there and talking about her psychological background and what she does and stuff like that, which is interesting and also relatable. This is my friend Frank.
Hello, Frank.
Hello.
Hey, Frank.
He has a parrot that I've lived with for 5 years.
Oh,
and
wow.
he'll hiss at me just like that.
Have you guys had a lot of viewers? I didn't really look at how many viewers are on each stream, but has it been?
The streams, I think they were the most like the first week, probably since the hype. Kind of depends.
Yeah.
But it's not like a ton of like thousands of people at once going global.
Yeah, I've
It's
noticed
mostly
just a
like
few here.
it's mostly like friends of the person performing.
Oh, yeah.
Just told them
They'll probably
they're
get some of
doing
that too, so.
Yep.
I have a few, family members that are not even in the state, and they probably won't even tune in this evening. But they'll check it later or tomorrow morning, because I've noticed it'll still be up.
Yeah,
in
it's
the
still
morning.
up there.
What's, just curious, what's the overall plans with the content? Like, it seems like it could be significant someday. Yeah.
Well, we might put something together with footage we've taken on our phones or through Barry's camcorder, because the quality is amazing on the stream.
Oh, yeah.
But we are, upon request, giving the footage to performers if they want it. Because we can download that file and edit out the other performers and just give people like a
Oh, that's nice.
2-hour slice of what they
Cool.
did.
Oh, awesome.
But the quality, this is, if handheld cam is primitive, this is like.
Well, what's so annoying, why we're doing it with an iPad as a webcam is you can't. So it's not actually so confusing. It's not actually like the camera software on the iPad, but this app we use that makes the iPad a webcam. Because on YouTube, you can't live stream from a mobile device unless you have over 1,000 subscribers.
Oh,
So stupid.
YouTube, yeah.
It's like what? So if we could just do it straight through the iPad and not through it connected to the computer, the quality would be better.
Of course.
But through that connection, like some quality is lost. So that's why that's the way it is. Stupid.
Oh, darn.
Frustrating.
And it sort of is adding to the whole kind of funky weirdness of this whole thing, because
Yeah.
really it can't be, you guys have been here and then seen it on webcam, so you kind of, you can imagine yourself in a three-dimensional space, but there's so much that happens, so many interactions that happen that have to happen in real time and live and that are kind of energetic in nature. I mean, not to sound so woo-woo, but they're just, it's a person-to-person experience.
Yeah.
And it's so
Okay,
subtle
so the
that,
title is Try.
even just when we're
Play
tidying
that.
up in between sessions and we're.
Just right, it'll be just so you
Like
know.
right now, I'm off camera
Right
now,
after I
so the
finish
camera is
my
picking up my
acting
voice, but
Yeah.
I'm just
The
this,
last part of like my
this disembodied voice that's floating around here. But when we're.
And then our friend around
and
50 minutes.
just tidying up after something, it's so
loose.
Yeah.
nothing. It's
I'll just
actually
give you a cue.
part of the,
Beautiful,
it's part of it, so it's been really important to kind of document all of it.
And
even though
then,
Yeah.
those parts,
right before
people tend
the
to
2
think of
hours
what,
is up,
especially in this
like,
day and age when they're
10,
so
15
attached to
minutes or
these,
so before it's up,
that
so
everything
then
that
you'll know
they're looking at is engaging, right?
Great.
And
Vibes.
watching paint dry is
Okay.
not
Thank
really.
you. Fish pen.
Or watching people make beds is not really.
A few things more to get out and then I'll be ready.
Shortly. We found it makes it more intimate at night.
Sure, let's do the dimming of lights then. So how much is on camera? Is this? No. So if I come over here, I'm not on camera. I think I might have to go to the bathroom before this.
You know where it is?
All starts. I do remember it being
Go
one of
straight
the
back.
best bathrooms I ever. It was a really cool.
It's straight back to
toilet.
the double doors. Oh, isn't that pretty?
Yeah.
Let me put that on the nightgown for 1 second. Okay, back to the double doors and to the
And
right.
to take a right and then a quick left.
Okay, we also have some champagne for something, right? Around the 1 hour mark.
Okay.
Toast.
Yeah,
Okay,
bring
very
glasses,
good.
so.
Do you need a champagne
Break
glass?
it all up. Oh, we didn't bring those. What do you know?
Actually, we have some champagne glasses.
It's like 2 or 4.
Ready to go home?
I'm gonna use the bathroom. It's fine.
Yeah, it's pretty cozy.
You guys adjusting to Santa Fe?
Yeah, actually, yeah. We've been here for 5 weeks now, and things are coming along. We're still working out the job stuff, but for the most part, we've actually gotten really familiar with the town and had a lot of cool experiences so far.
Cool.
And yeah, so we're still committed. And staying with our aunt down just kind of in the middle of town, more or less, and
Gotcha.
kind of by Zia and Rodeo Road.
Yeah.
And then I picked up a job in Albuquerque selling solar systems, and I don't really like it that much because I have to drive forever, and the
Yeah. that
company's
can
kind of
be
tough.
intense.
But yeah, just kind of playing the field, the job stuff, and seeing what I can find. I prefer to work from home, ideally. So, yeah, especially driving around nonstop for the last 2 weeks has kind of gotten me sick of it already. So I can't see a future of driving 2 hours just for one appointment each day. And, but so I'm trying to find something in software sales, hopefully, and yeah, just something I can work from home.
Cool.
And find our own place to live, because we're staying with my aunt and uncle at the moment. So.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, like rent's pretty high here, and we've seen very few reasonable places to live so far. But there's a chance we might have to go live in Albuquerque, but I don't know.
Yeah. On the board, I mean, you probably know this, but the more south you get, the cheaper.
Yeah, seems like that. So. But we got plenty of time. My aunt's been really generous and let us stay there for quite a while. So we'll probably have our own place by the first of the year, I hope. But she got a job at the Vitamin Cottage as the nutritional health coach. And she had that job a long time ago as well. So could be just kind of a temporary position, but could be long term too.
Gotcha.
So just kind of taking what comes first and rolling with it. But it's working.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to winter too. Can't wait to get on the skis over it and see the place. Snowboard actually, but yeah, because I lived in ski towns all my life in Colorado.
Right.
So yeah.
All right, hey,
Game on.
ready?
You want to see where you're at in the view? So just think of that, the middle of that nightstand
Middle of the
to the
nightstand.
corner of that bed.
Yeah, there's actually a pretty good amount of space actually. Okay, originally I was worried that you wouldn't be able to hear me back here, but then earlier I saw that that's not an issue.
Oh, just keep your voice up anyway, just in case,
Actually, yeah, there's good sound in here
Yeah.
too. Great, I'm ready.
Go.
We're ready to go.
Hello, my name is Morgan, and I am here tonight at the Ellsworth Gallery to share some of my time with you, whether you're tuning in virtually or you're walking in here and checking us out. We are here to spend a little time with you to share a message that was spread 50 years ago in a bed by John Lennon and Yoko Ono. And here tonight, I'm going to try and carry that message forth in something that means a lot to me. Acne Beautiful. What the heck is Acne Beautiful? Acne Beautiful is the quest for clear skin, my friends. Why do I dare call this Acne Beautiful? Isn't it a little bit provocative sounding? Yeah, it is. And that's why I like it. It hit me like, gosh, maybe 9 years ago or so, and this name has just stuck. I can't get rid of it. It's here with me. So here we are at the Ellsworth Gallery. My name is Morgan Reeser. I am the founder and the embodiment of Acne Beautiful, and I'm here to share a message with you tonight. Love your skin. Wherever your skin is at in your life right now, whether you've struggled with it in the past or you're struggling with it right now, this message is one of love. So, the Acne Beautiful mindset and healing your skin from within. I'm just going to tell you a little bit, and then we're going to get into some different things because I don't want to just talk for 2 hours straight. But you can be a truly beautiful person with acne and still feel like you're anything but beautiful. In a society that values beauty, the standard is in your face. Regardless if whether you care about feeling beautiful or not. The goal of Acne Beautiful? Acne Beautiful was started in order to provide people with acne an alternative to the dermatologist. We exist because enough people took their struggle with acne to the streets, the internet street, that is. Our goal is to help each person who comes our way attain clear, radiant skin, the clear, radiant skin that he or she was born with. Our goal is to change the way society looks at acne and eliminate the shame and the pain that it causes those who carry it. Acne is not permanent, and we are here to show you that. So let me tell you a little bit about my story. Let's face it, acne sucks. It sucks, but you don't have to deal with it alone. There are many, many things that can be done to help treat acne and achieve clear skin. Acne sufferers have been in the peripheral vision of the world for some time now, but they're coming out. They're coming out of the woodwork, just like people who have been body shamed for a long time have been too. And this movement that's growing, and here tonight we're helping it grow even more, this is called acne positivity. It's just like body positivity, or anything positivity. Look, people with acne don't see their skin reflected back to them by the rest of the world. The message is more often than not, cover it up. It can be very painful, both physically and emotionally. I created Acne Beautiful because I understand the frustration and the disappointment felt by a person dealing with acne. I get the daily challenges that accompany it. Acne has been an area of intense passion and struggle for me for a long time. I've combined my background in nutrition and my expertise in the world of acne to commit to resolving this issue once and for all with the people that I come in touch with. Even if they don't achieve the clearest skin that they ever wanted, they can still achieve the clearest version of skin for themselves. And most of all, you can come to some peace with it all. So, it took me a long time to realize how much my thought processes were consumed by acne. I had acne going back to when I was 12 years old, so that's 6th grade for me. I struggled with acne all through high school, all through college, into my adult years. I'm 35 now, and even though I've been working with it for well over 10 years, and I have periods of time where my skin is absolutely flawless, it is a chronic condition that I still struggle with. And it will flare its ugly head in the most inopportune of moments. And what I've learned more than anything at this point in my life is to embrace it, is to just show myself some love. And the one person that first showed me that was my own health coach, back when I first started this journey. She showed me that the road to clear skin, even though she wasn't a specialist in acne, it began by loving myself. And I thought I loved myself. Who doesn't love themselves? Who doesn't think they love themselves? I thought I loved myself, but when I looked in the mirror, I found it really, really hard to say one thing with my eyes, looking myself in the mirror. I love you, Morgan. I love you. That was really hard a long time ago for me to say. And I think it's really hard for a lot of people to look themselves in the mirror and say those 3 words. And if we all did that a little bit more every single day, there'd be a whole lot less war in this world. And that message that John Lennon and Yoko Ono were trying to spread 50 years ago would be answered today. And the question that the woman here before me was asking, have we become any wiser? Would be answered. But we are wiser. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here today. So Acne Beautiful is a different way of thinking about your dermatological needs. It's not rocket science, but there's something quite skillful about the art of not only assessing acne, but talking about it. How often do you hear people talking about acne? Very rarely. So I would love to help you heal your skin from within. And right now, we're just gonna help heal our skin from within live for the next hour and 45 minutes right here by talking about acne in different ways, through music, through words, through body movement, and through motion. So thank you for joining us. Well, that is a beautiful song that I feel exemplifies a lot about how I felt over the years and how much I had to put the makeup on and do the hair and do everything else to look right in spite of my acne. Now tonight I do look pretty dressed up. I have makeup on, I did my hair, but this is not how I usually look. In fact, more often than not, I don't wear any makeup at all. And that was a goal of mine for a really, 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 really long time. Because I wore makeup for so many years, just covering what I thought was so ugly to myself and to the world. And it was a goal to get to a point where I felt like I didn't need to wear any makeup at all. And now there's people out on the internet. See, my Acne Beautiful journey was prior to social media. So now there's people out on the internet every day posting pictures of themselves with acne, small and large. And it's incredible. It's really incredible to see. And that is really a big part of what inspired me to be here tonight, seeing other people put themselves out there in a way that I hadn't done before. That's really incredible to me. And anybody that knows me or has watched anything that I've done in the past knows that I'm very verbal, and I like to write a lot. So I will often display things in the form of words, and I don't usually get up and make videos. It's something I've been trying to do more often, even though I stand in front of little Chinese kids every day and teach them. And this is my friend Cheddar Tampico. Hello, hello. Cheddar graces my classroom each day. Okay, so at this point, I wanted to move into a little bit of dialogue and talk about the acne positivity movement that is growing. And my fiance here, Alan, is going to ask me a question in a little bit of an interview style format, to kind of take some of that bed style.
Would you like
I'm
me
gonna
to
get
be
in
on
the
the
bed, and you can decide if you want to get in the bed or not, but I'm gonna get in the bed.
I'm in bed.
All right, get off that chair.
Is this your side of the bed?
That's fine. It's not my side when we sleep though, so what do you know?
This side I like.
Okay. Alright. So this is my lovely fiance, Alan, who has agreed to share his time with us tonight. Thank you for being here, Alan.
So Morgan, can you tell us why acne positivity is so important?
Why is acne positivity so important? Well, I would really love to be able to help spread the message of this growing movement of acne positivity. And why is it important? It is important because it stems from a place of love. It stems from a place of knowing yourself and loving yourself. And the more people that get out there and share their acne stories with the world, the more this movement of positivity begins to grow around it. And something that's been seen and looked at as so negative for so long can start to be looked at in a different way, in a more positive, more beautiful light. That's why it's actually really inspiring to see young women and men putting their images out on social media without any makeup, just their acne right out there for everyone to see, and they're not ashamed of it. That's one of the biggest parts, I think, for Acne Beautiful for me, is that by embracing this movement, they're breaking down barriers of shame that have been so ingrained in us and our society for so long. And simply walking around with acne or with troubled skin brings a lot of shame within oneself. It's really hard to break that internal barrier sometimes. So the movement alone is knocking down those shame barriers left and right. And if you can get those shame barriers out of the way, the sooner, the better, the faster you are on the track to healing. Because healing in so many ways begins with loving yourself, and healing your skin too, which seems like just a physical affliction, also begins with loving yourself and loving those around you. Yeah, to me, that is why the acne positivity movement is so important.
That's great, thank you.
Okay. I have some really beautiful words that I'd love to share. I'm gonna write down on the board and kind of hold up and maybe read as we go. Probably be good to have some music in the background. Or you can join me, but it's all on my phone.
Hello.
So. Oops, I've actually forgot the poem, so that's not helping me.
Sure, I can.
They all actually start here.
Okay.
Hello, come in.
Hello. Welcome. Welcome to the Acne Beautiful Bed-In. We're here tonight spreading the message of love in regards to our skin. Loving your skin, healthy skin from within. My name is Morgan, and we're just kind of live here until 9 p.m. tonight, starting to spread some of those messages. So we were just talking about my story, and this is a great saying that I love from one of my favorite authors, Cheryl Strayed. Well, actually, this is from Emily Dickinson, but Cheryl Strayed uses in her book Wild. If your nerve deny you, go above your nerve. How many of you have felt that way in your lifetime? That there was something just eating at you, something inside of you that you wanted to say to the world, something you wanted to do, something you wanted to share. And your damn nerve just held you back. Wouldn't quite let you in, wouldn't quite let you do it. Well, Emily Dickinson says, if that damn nerve deny you, go above the nerve, just go right above it. And that's another great message when it comes to our skin, when it comes to healing your acne, is that, oh God, it can be so hard to just get out there and to share your struggles with another person, or just look into the mirror and say, I love you. I am beautiful, I am powerful, and I have everything that I want. But creating some kind of ground for yourself can really open the doorway to new opportunities. Have any of you ladies ever struggled with your skin in any ways? Yes, no? Yeah, everybody's different. Yeah, but we've all had struggles. Is there anything in your life that you can relate to in regards to the saying? If your nerve deny you, go above your nerve.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Many different aspects.
Good, that's good. Thanks for saying that. We all need to hear those things because we all experience that and nobody's different. We all experience struggles in different ways, and sharing our stories with the world breaks our hearts open to experience more love. It's something that I read about with the Ellsworth Gallery and the bed-in, Strange Bedfellows bed-in, was that there was a hope to help soften some of the hard places within us. by doing this and having people come through here 3 nights a week. And I can really relate to that. And my struggle with acne personally, and then my desire to share everything I've learned over the years with the world and with anybody else who cares to listen, falls into that same territory. So that's exactly what drew me to this place in the first place. I stumbled in here just like you ladies did a couple weeks ago, and that's how I got signed up to be here tonight. So I'm not a performer or an artist. I'm just a normal human being with a message that I'm passionate about. So thanks for coming in at this time. There's lots to look at too, I think. Well, actually, did you run that one? Okay. You guys live in Santa Fe?
No, we're visiting.
Well, I hope you enjoy your visit.
Thank you. I came in, of course, my chair, so.
Great.
This week.
I was read these instead of writing them. It's a little bit easier. Okay, so I've written a variety of things down, and maybe I'll just read them because it's a little bit easier that way than constantly writing it all down. That's right, lots of other stuff. So, we don't just have to talk about acne here to talk about love and loving yourselves and loving your community and loving those around you. Alan, who you saw just a moment ago on the bed there with me, my fiance, we've been together for 6 years and we've had plenty of ups and downs in our relationship, just like anybody else. And there is another great quote that helps spread the message of love that I'm going to share with you tonight from William Shakespeare. The breaking of so great a thing should make a greater crack. And I remember the first time I heard that, it really hit me. Because it was at a time when Alan and I were apart, and we had been apart for about 6 months. And we weren't sure if we were going to get back together again. And I'm really glad we are. So I wrote this note of love to ourselves, to us. And I'm going to share it with the world tonight as part of my message. Dear Alan and Morgan, there is no place like home. Here is a statement that has a deeper and greater meaning to me than ever before. A home is nothing without the one you love. It can be filled with all the objects in the world. Sorry, you're fine, but their beauty and meaning is lost without the one you love. Good night, ladies. Enjoy.
Thank you.
I see who I truly am now. I see who I've become. And that is the part of myself I cannot deny. A woman of the earth. A wild woman who needs the earth as her home, and the man who showed her that by her side. I grew up one way, and not until I revisited that self all alone could I see I am no longer her. Those things don't matter to me now. What matters to me is what's real. The intangible memories that we have created together. The view from the mountaintop, the beauty of nature and my lover's hand in mine. His eyes gazing upon me, a nap in the grass, surrounded by aspens. Eagles soaring and birds chirping. That is home, and the only home I want. It is the home my soul is calling out for. I know that I have to listen, settle in, to trust the flow of time. I no longer need to worry or fret. Our hearts broke open, and the breaking of so great a thing should make a greater crack. Let the light shine in. Take my hands. Let's go home.
I'm kind of with you. That was really sweet.
If you want, you can read that one.
Another letter to us. Dear Alan and Morgan, there is a lesson for all lovers. Never take for granted those whom you love. It is something that everyone does at one time or another. It is easy to become complicated in love and forget. Complacent in love and forget to work on living and showing love every day. Maybe this is why so many relationships fall apart over time. Maybe some love isn't true enough. I've never had love like this before. Love that endures, grows, morphs, embraces, forgives, and spreads its wings and says yes. Real love isn't always perfect or always easy, but it is solid and sticks around. It makes the brighter days even brighter. Real love is full of lessons. It is at the core of who we are as humans. It is one of the most powerful forces in the universe, and we are truly lucky to know and experience real love. I vow to you to never take for granted our love, to find a moment each day to be thankful for our love, to let it grow and spread out into the world around us. Life is a journey, and love is a journey. Journeys take time. I'm committed to our journey, near or far. I'm with you. I never left. I've been right here. All along.
Oh man, you're gonna make me cry.
See yourself more clearly now.
I forgot how emotional that letter is. Wow. I wrote that to you during a really hard time. And I really meant it. I still mean it. Sharing those words like that with you, I thought it was something I hadn't done with another person, but something I had worked on doing with myself. And that was really beautiful. Thanks for reading that. And especially to hear it from you.
It's really nice to have someone write those letters to me.
Oh, wow. That was great. On that note, I think we'll play our second song, which is an older song that a lot of music has inspired me over the years to find the power within myself to face my own fears. And that's why music is really powerful to me, and that's why I've tried to incorporate a few songs into this evening, but I am by no means a dancer or singer. But it reminds me, I can think a lot about, I can think back to those times in high school and college when I simply decided I wasn't even gonna go out. I just didn't even bother with the rest of the world, and my bed was the safest place in the universe. You know, it was the place where I could hide my face, and I didn't have to be somebody else for the world. And just kind of going through those motions here now, and then laying down on the bed at the end, it really made me connect with that younger self, the self that was really scared, afraid, just alone, desperately wanted to be perfect, and I felt so far from it. So it's interesting how it's really easy to disconnect from those feelings too, as you progress through your life and learn things about yourself and become a stronger person. But that doesn't mean that I still don't get breakouts. I mean, I have a lot of skin struggles to this day. Just struggle saying skin struggles to this day that plague me. And the one tool that I have in my tool chest that I didn't have 10, 12 years ago was that now I know that it's all a passing phase. If I'm having a breakout or a reoccurrence, I know that it will pass. And that comes with the faith of also just knowing that I can rely on that internal feeling of liking myself. You don't even have to say love, it's all part of it, but just liking myself, just liking who I am. And you can just move on with your day and continue to move on with your life, and it will pass. But it's amazing how standing here live on the camera really changes the way I had thought everything I had worked on and planned would go. And the picture in your mind is so different from the picture or the reality. And just like with anything else in life, but your skin too, the story you're telling yourself about your skin is, I promise you, not nearly as bad as the story that's in your head. It's really not quite as bad as you think it is. So if you're out there and you're struggling with your skin, just know that there's a positive path for you forward. And it does begin with loving yourself. There was a great mantra that I came up with my health coach when I first started working with a health coach to help clear my skin when I was 24. And she did not specialize in acne or anything like that, but she had me work on loving myself in many different ways. And she had me come up with my own personal mantra. And to this day, I still don't forget this mantra. And I don't walk around saying it very often anymore, but I used to say it every day. I walked down the streets of New York where I was living, and I would just say this mantra over and 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 over until I just felt it. I felt it inside my being, and I believed it in every way. And mine was, I am beautiful, I am powerful, and I have everything that I want. And your mantra is personal to you. You don't know what it's going to be until you sit there and you write your own words. But that was mine. And I didn't feel beautiful for a very, very, very long time. So feeling beautiful was important to me, and it may not be important to you, and that's okay. Having acne or not having acne has nothing to do with beauty or feeling beautiful. But for me, they were very connected. very connected. And I also wanted to feel beautiful, and I did not feel beautiful. Okay. I had a poem of love that we were going to read in 8 minutes at the intermission point and have a champagne toast. Well, I forgot the poem. It's on the chocolate at home. So we're not reading the poem, the chocolate love poem. But I have some bed-in phrases that I can read. So tonight is not just about my message of clear skin and acne beautiful, loving yourself and healthy skin from within. It's not just about that. It's about Yoko Ono and John Lennon 50 years ago and their bed-in and their messages of peace. So I'd rather be in your bed. Oh, today was canceled. Go back to bed. No. Good night. I love you. You, me, bed, now.
Me? We're gonna go to bed?
Someone is in my bed. Good night, my love. Come here, Cheddar. What else do we have here? I'll never know, and neither will you, of the life you don't choose. Another person of inspiration for me, and I do think it's helpful if you have a personal hero who you can help draw strength from in times of desperation and sorrow. And for me, for a long time, when a college professor would ask, who's your personal hero? Those words were just empty to me. I couldn't even think of a hero. Who would be a hero to me? It really seemed far-fetched. Years later, after I was out of college, I was 28, I was given the book Wild by Cheryl Strayed. And I've read that book 7 times at least. I've watched that movie 12 times at least. Cheryl Strayed is definitely my personal hero. And during times of heartache and sorrow, she has definitely gotten me through a lot. She has helped me see the love inside myself. And she's helped me be able to dig down deep and find that love and that strength and share it with the world. Oh, boy. Some other great things that Cheryl Strayed says that I believe can be really helpful in your journey of sharing yourself, sharing your Acne Beautiful story with the world, sharing your love story with the world, whatever your message is. Don't surrender all of your joy for an idea you used to have about yourself that isn't true anymore. Don't surrender all of your joy for an idea you used to have about yourself that isn't true anymore. We all hold on to versions of ourselves that are no longer valid. We all hold on to ideas about ourselves that we fix as truths. And for what reason? It's all very fluid. So let go. Just let go of whatever is holding you back, whatever version of yourself that you're holding on to that's just not true anymore. You don't need it. and neither does your skin. I love this one. Forgiveness doesn't sit there like a pretty boy in the bar. Forgiveness is the old fat guy you have to haul up a hill. So if you're having a hard time forgiving yourself or forgiving someone in your life, just think about that. It's not always the easiest thing, but it's a really beautiful thing to do, and it's extremely freeing. And having acne can feel like a huge curse, and you can feel like, who the heck am I supposed to blame for this? And you can feel like it's your fault. But go ahead, just get rid of that blame. Just get rid of that right now. Forgive yourself and love yourself. All of yourself, all of your skin. Go ahead, if you have acne, just go ahead and put your hands on your face. And take a deep breath in and just feel the love for yourself. It's not easy to do, but it's really wonderful. And you can practice this anytime. You can practice it completely by yourself in your bed. You can practice it looking in the mirror. But you will be amazed at how brilliantly you will shine to the world when you just start sending yourself a little bit of love, sending your skin a little bit of love. It all starts right there. Now, Acne Beautiful is about a lot more than just love, but that's where it all begins. Now, Acne Beautiful takes into consideration nutrition and your hormones and the products you use on your skin and so much more. But I've been telling some of my clients for a long time that we have to start with loving ourselves. And it is actually one of the hardest conversations to have with people, because it feels really weird and really foo-foo. And how can your skin possibly be connected to how you feel about yourself? So it's dismissed. But it's really, really, really important. Really important. So, okay, here's another great one of Cheryl Strayed's. The story of human intimacy is one of constantly allowing ourselves to see those we love most deeply in a new, more fractured light. Look hard. Risk that. It's worth it. Okay. It's only 8 o'clock. Let yourself be gutted. Let it open you. Start here at the Ellsworth Gallery. Okay, it's 8 o'clock and we are going to have a little toast. Yeah, can we do that? Yeah. I don't know all the rules and regulations. We are all entitled to our opinions, but we are not entitled to make stuff up and then use the stuff we made up to oppress others. You know, this is actually pretty fun. I'm getting into this now. It only took me an hour. Say what you wanna say and let the words fall out. Honestly, I wanna see you be brave. Woo, woo, woo. So how's everyone feeling out there? We're about an hour into this Acne Beautiful bed and I've only been in the bed for moments.
I feel pretty empowered.
We're actually gonna have a little champagne for ourselves out there. Cheers.
Oh, yeah.
Would you guys like some?
I'm gonna pass.
Okay, thank you. Alan, would you do the
Oh, yeah.
duty honors? Thank you very much. Oh, these are rocks that Alan found.
Found
Yeah.
as is.
Yep. We have actually hundreds of heart rocks that we found, but these are the most special ones because he found this one and then gave it to me when I was still living in New York and said, he lived in Colorado and said, this is my heart, I give it to you. And then he found this one and then said that this was my heart. He had my heart. So we lived, apart from each other for quite some time. And yeah, so our hearts, aren't they cool?
Don't break that.
They won't break. Anyway, these, our love hearts. These hearts will be at our future wedding. And actually, for a centerpiece, I'm going to use all of the hearts we've collected over the years. We have probably 150 to 200 heart rocks of all sorts of, all shapes and sizes, and big ones, 3Ds, teeny tiny ones.
I remember I wrote you some sort of sweet letter when I gave that rock.
Oh yeah, you did.
Whatever rock, I don't know, but that's something to do with the type of rock that it is.
Yeah, the
And my
Norman
connection to the
Kobe.
place where I found it. Another reason why I wanted to give it to you.
The Norman Kobe. Oh, I kind of like reading stuff. I'm more of a reader.
My heart was kind of cracked a little bit, so it meant I was kind of delicate and fragile.
Oh. Cheers.
Cheers.
Should we?
Oh, yeah.
Just into the screen.
Oh, okay. I see. I was like unsure if we could drink on the camera. Yeah. But I saw other
Cheers to
people. So
Acting
cheers.
Beautiful and Morgan Easter.
Yeah, to Acting Beautiful,
Everything
to
you've been
Ellsworth
telling us.
Gallery, to Yoko Ono, John Lennon, Bennon 50 years ago, to you guys for being here tonight and supporting us through it. Yeah, it's been an interesting 2 weeks trying to like abstractly come up with a message, and I always know in my heart what I want to share, but
I got a question for you.
being on camera is definitely interesting. Yeah, go for it.
So do you remember how you treated acne when you were a kid? What were some of the things you went through, and how did you treat it in general, I guess?
Oh, good question. Well, when I was, I think the reason why you're asking me this question is because it's useful for people to hear your personal journey, and also it's very relatable when they can hear things that you've tried and either worked for you or didn't work for you. So I mentioned that I started having pimples, active pimples, when I was 12 years old. So that put me in 6th grade. And it was around the time that I was in 8th grade that I can remember my picture very clearly from high school picture day, because, or junior high, because you get like one picture. And it's like, 1, 2, 3. So I had on this Winnie the Pooh shirt and really short hair and just a face full of acne. I don't remember exactly the first time I went to the dermatologist, but when I was growing up in high school, that was in the late 90s, early 2000s, and there wasn't any sort of social media presence, that's for sure. So really my only outlet was the dermatologist, and my mom, of course, took me to the dermatologist. And I remember resisting going to the dermatologist for a while because I was in denial about the whole thing. And it was easier at that point to just, put a little makeup on and go about your day. And I was still young enough where it wasn't affecting my self-esteem too much, and I wasn't too involved with like boys yet either. So, so I put it off for a while, but it got progressively worse, and there came a point where my mom just took me to the dermatologist, and of course the dermatologist did what they knew best, so they put me on topical medications, all sorts. I've been on all sorts, you name it, tried it. At some point, I was also given antibiotics, which is another really common prescription for acne. For some reason, things like minocycline and tetracycline actually work really well at keeping the breakouts at bay, but they didn't really know why. They just said, oh, hey, this works, and let's just kind of go with it for a bit. So it wasn't uncommon to be prescribed antibiotics either. One of the problems I had with that is I had so many antibiotics over the years. By the time I was in my mid to early 20s, I was having all sorts of weird food allergies that I couldn't make heads or tails of. All of a sudden, sugar would make me feel really, really itchy, and I'd have lots of little itty bitty bumps. And actually right now, so I have been extremely good at not eating cane sugar and things like it for a very long time. And a couple of weeks ago, I indulged in some, see, I'm just as human, some chocolate covered ginger, and I must have eaten the entire little bin from Trader Joe's over the course of 3 days. And 5 days later, I have all of these little itchy bumps all over, they're going away now, but all over my forehead and the sides of my face. And those are the worst ones for me. I'd rather have a big white, pustular pimple that can be popped or something, because they go away faster, and these little itchy red bumps are so annoying. And something I've heard for a long time from the dermatologists and facialists is they're like, your skin is so weird. I don't understand your skin. Oh, that makes me feel great. I don't understand it either, because I get these weird little bumps, and they are just these little bumps under the skin that are kind of challenging to get out, and they don't come to a head. So, I used to get all sorts of kind of acne. I used to get the whiteheads and the cystic acne, but this is my main shtick these days as an adult. And it's just as annoying as the rest, because I feel it and I see it, and I don't appreciate comments I've heard my whole life like, oh, it looks great, oh, you can't see anything. And I know people mean well, but it can be hard when you hear that your entire life, and then you actually see improvements in your skin, and then people say things like, wow, you look so beautiful. I'm like, okay. Like 2 years ago, you were saying you couldn't see anything. So I think there's just some honesty that we need to have with each other when it comes to acne and other things in the world too. Because, this message tonight isn't just about acne, right?
What other symptoms did you experience through your treatment? Through Accutane, wasn't there something else?
Yeah, so I didn't even get to the bulk of it, but when I was in college, this is when my acne really got to be at its worst. And I tried to bring a picture tonight. I really did. I have one on my computer, but I no longer have, it's like the only picture left of me with bad acne. And it's
a thumbnail, it's too small.
If only I was in
blow up.
the social media generation when I was growing up with it, but yeah, I couldn't bring it, so. But at that point, my father, who is a relatively quiet man, finally spoke up and was like, well, I think it's time we take you to this other dermatologist who was the head of Columbia Dermatology in New York, and also related to the family in some way. So he's a wonderful man, and he helped, get me on Accutane, which I needed at the time, would not do again. Weeks, my face, which was entirely covered in really severe acne, really severe cystic acne especially, within a matter of 2 to 3 weeks, my skin was immaculate, the clearest I had ever seen it, and in years, and it was like a godsend to me. And I remember looking in the mirror that, a couple weeks in and saying, and feeling like I could let my guard down. Like for once I could look at myself in the mirror and believe that this was gonna stick around, like it wasn't a joke or something. And I started to let my guard down. But for years, the reason why I didn't want to go to the dermatologist and the reason why I didn't really want to do anything about it was because the treatments and the solutions were so useless in the grand scheme of things, and it didn't provide me with enough relief to let my guard down. So Accutane gave me that window of relief that I never had before, and it gave me other things too. No, I can't say it gave me, but it's a strong drug. It's a really, really strong drug, and you have to really know a lot about it and yourself before you go on it. And I was in college, and I was still too young to know enough about the drug. I trusted everything that the doctor said, and why shouldn't you trust what the doctor said? But there are a lot of adverse side effects to Accutane. And I was so desperate for the clear skin at the time that I was willing to take those chances. And nothing particularly harmful happened to me, but over the next 10 years of my life, I had a lot of digestive issues and a lot of food sensitivities, allergies, if you will, that I couldn't really understand where they were coming from. And essentially between my theories, between all of the antibiotics that I was on and the Accutane, 2 rounds of it, my poor gut microbiota was just so beaten down, and I had no defense, really little to no defense system. So not only did I get sick a lot, I also had acne. The acne came back after the Accutane, and I just started to develop a lot of severe food allergies. So all of a sudden I couldn't eat a lot of things I used to eat. So it was only at this time that I started to get curious about nutrition. And somebody introduced me to a health coach, and then I found the Institute of Integrative Nutrition, where I got certified to be a health coach. And my journey for the next 7 years after that was about healing through foods, through the use of amazing, wonderful, everyday foods that we enjoy every day, but in large quantities. And that's where it's taken me. Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, thank you for asking that, Alan. 8:15. Have either of you ever suffered with your skin at any point?
Sure.
Yeah.
Just normal high school stuff.
Normal high school stuff, yeah.
Yep.
It's tricky because it's one of those things that a lot of people experience as a normal part of life, just in those teenage years. And I think also because it is quote unquote normal for those years, the people outside of that cohort are often like forgotten about. Because it's one of those things too where acne, ironically, they still don't even know what the heck really causes it. Yeah. There's a lot of theories out there, but when it comes down to it, there's still not a really clear-cut answer for people. So you get a lot of anecdotal stories about healing, and I think that's been a large part of why we've seen the rise in the acne positivity movement, because so many people have just taken their stories to the internet, and so decided to talk about what's worked for them and what hasn't worked for them. I was really reluctant in like 2014, 2015 about putting this kind of idea out into the world and out into the internet, because I felt really self-conscious about it still, and I felt ashamed about it still, but just doing, this and sharing the story with anybody else helps break down those shame barriers that even somebody who's been healing or working on healing for a long time still has on some level. I didn't expect to see such an explosion of it though in social media, and it still floors me to this day. And I'm really happy. I'm really, really happy to see that. And I hope it continues to grow. And I hope that I can continue to put stuff out there as well to help people, heal from this affliction that is largely unnecessary. We don't really need to live with it. We may have bouts of it here and there. And, well, those are all of my notes. My quotes. Too bad we didn't have the Chuck of Love poem. Oh, here's some more. Oh, I can't see them behind you over here. So, oh, I love this. I used to hang this on the refrigerator in Carbondale, Colorado, where we live, because, again, the message of this bed-in tonight with Yoko Ono and John Lennon, the message of peace, love, communication. So I used to hang this on the refrigerator for us as a daily reminder. Communication brings peace. What destroys it or what destroys the relationship is the unwillingness to talk to a person. So I would have us say this kind of stuff to each other. Please just say, I'm going to talk to so-and-so about these things. Because what does talking do? It releases that energy that builds up as turmoil. And that's what destroys relationships. Oh man, guys. I write a lot of things down. It's kind of fun to share these from all over the years. You have the choice to be right or to be kind. Choose kind. Yes, it's got food on it too for you. Okay, a little tribute to my favorite chiropractic and wellness place in Carbondale called Lux. Be careful what you think, it becomes what you say. Although this isn't theirs. Be careful what you say, it becomes what you do. Be careful what you do, it becomes who you are. If I think war gives life meaning, I give life to war. I tell stories of war, I become war. If I think peace gives life meaning, I give life to peace. I tell stories of peace. I become peace. If I think beauty gives life meaning, I give life to beauty. I tell stories of beauty. I become beauty. If I think love gives life meaning, I give life to love. I tell stories of love. I become love. Meaning is the story I tell. Everybody needs a little something to get themselves up in the morning. Everybody needs a little something to help them strap on the big girl boots and get out into the world. For me, it's this card. How many of you purchase a card for somebody else in your life? I do that a lot. How many of you purchase a card for yourself? Let go of your fear and take the chance to let yourself fly. That's why I'm here tonight. Because of this card. I've done a lot of things since I wrote this card to myself that I wouldn't have done. If you change the way you look at things, let me say that again. If you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. Oh my gosh. Think about that in relation to your skin. If you would like to accomplish something, you must first expect it of yourself. How many times have I tried to do something? I set out to accomplish something, but I actually forgot to include myself. I set a goal, and I was like, if I don't meet this goal, I'm going to disappoint this person, and I'm not going to make my dad proud. And I actually forgot to include myself in that goal by saying, I can do this. Everything around that I see began with a thought. Yeah. If there's something that seems impossible for you to achieve, that you want to achieve, don't worry about it. Because everything around that you see began with a simple thought, including healing your skin. Began with that really special thought of loving yourself. Okay, and last but not least, others don't have to understand my dream. It was given to me to make happen. I think, 8:24. I'm gonna read a couple more things. Is the reading all okay? And then I'll do my last song. I like this stuff. And Alice, I have one more question for you too. I gotta put my socks back on. Yes, actually. Hey, Alan. Can you get my socks in the other room? Please? This is my journal from over the years, which is not something I've ever shared.
Talking about this?
No, my socks for my feet and the boots over there, please. Thanks. There's a bunch of stuff in here from when I was in Texas. Too. Let's talk about being stuck in a perspective. This is really important when it comes to, well, anything, but clearing your skin, especially because, stuck in a perspective. What does this mean? When I think about being stuck in a perspective, I think about my body and my nervous system more than anything, because when I can't get out of a thought process, more than anything, I have to get my body out of some funk pattern first, and then I can change my thought process. When your body mind is out of sorts with your thought processes, it can really do a number on your stress levels. And stress levels, we are fairly certain, have something to do with how much acne one is experiencing at any given time too. We can't live a life without any stress. It's pretty much impossible. So how can we learn to try and balance that? Well, first, trying to be aware of when you're stuck in one of these weird places, when you're stuck in one of these perspectives. You can take a minute to get yourself out of it. Remember that quote we talked about a few minutes ago, is that, what you look at can actually, the way you look at things changes the way you see them, or you can choose to look at something differently than you had before. This takes some practice. Even looking at yourself in the mirror and seeing yourself with clear, radiant skin, even when it's not so clear and radiant, takes some practice. But it can be done. It's not impossible. And it's a really great tool to have in your repertoire when you're working on healing your skin, because it's not that different from being a child and just staying in that place of imaginative play. You can imagine anything when you were a child. Use that same imagination, use that same curiosity to imagine yourself to exactly where you want to be, whether it's in your life, in your career, in your personal relationships, or how you want your skin to look for yourself or for the rest of the world. So some of the things that I like to say when my body, mind, and nervous system are a little bit in a funk and there's something that I'm trying to get out of it and want to learn, I like to use these really important quotes or mantras. I am deserving of all that I want in life. Yeah. It's not always easy to take ownership of what you actually want and deserve in life. So write it down and say it. If you want clear skin, that's okay. It's okay to say that you want clear skin. You can say it. Write it down for the world and say it. I can achieve anything that I want. Yeah, including having clear skin. Look, you were born with clear skin. You were born with clear skin and you can have clear skin again. Just because you don't have it right now does not mean that it's forever. Nothing is forever. Even at Acne Beautiful, when we go on these diets for a while and I have people clean up their diet and they're eating things they never ate before and they're a little bit like, it doesn't really taste great and I used to eat this. I just say, it's not forever. It's not forever. And that's a great thing to embody, because before you know it, what felt like forever is gone, and the thing that you didn't like, you now like, and all of the suffering that you had in between, you didn't even need to experience in the first place. So it has a lot to do with our thoughts. That's good champagne. $4.53 All right. Oh, another personal hero of mine, if I really had to name a personal hero. So we have Cheryl Strayed, and we've used a bunch of her quotes here tonight. Louise Hay is my other personal hero, if I had to name one. If you don't know who Louise Hay is, she has a website called Hay House Media. I'm actually not sure if she's still alive, but she was one of the first pioneers in the world of metaphysics. She is really interested or was interested in creating mantras for people to help them heal physical ailments related to their thoughts. So I used to practice a lot when I had really active acne, and this is something that I should still practice, but we all forget to, get in touch with parts of ourselves that we've let go in the past. That's why it's nice to be here tonight, because I can actually revisit some of those parts of myself. But she had a lot of mantras that she liked to use, and really recommended people try for themselves, and you can insert your own words where you need to. So again, this is by Louise Hay. Really, I would just completely lost my page, but say certain things like, oh, it's unfortunate. I might find it. Well, I have it in the beginning too, so that's fine. This is a pretty basic one of hers, and this one's great for healing your skin from within. If you're struggling with your skin on any level, if you're struggling with anything else in your life, you can use it as well. I love and approve of myself. I love and approve of myself. This is just like looking in that mirror. Just look right in the mirror at yourself and say, I love you. I love you, Morgan. Whatever your name is. I love and approve of myself. I am open and willing to receive. This is really good too, because you want to bring something new into your life. You want to bring new energy in. I accept a wonderful new blank into my life. So insert there what it is that you want. My life is abundant and prosperous. So you can use all of these to help get you through those really sticky, tough moments in life when you are going into that place of negativity, the either or, as the presenter here earlier today was talking about, that either or place in your mind where then there's no, there's no and there's a whole physiological shutdown that can happen there along with that. So let's stay in these healthy places. Work on using things like, I am healthy, vibrant. I have glowing, healthy, vibrant, clear, smooth skin. Whatever you want to say, just put it in there. Get as crazy as you want. I have luscious, plump, gorgeous skin. Go for it. You deserve it. Just put it in there. I like all of these things. So let's hear for